Silent. It is 9 a.m. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting on Tuesday, the 19th of August 2025. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed to enable members of the public to observe Council in its decision-making process. It is a requirement that I advise all present that the meeting is being live streamed, and I advise all present that your presence at this meeting is taken as consent as that your voice and your image may be recorded and broadcast to the public by our live stream. Recordings of this meeting will remain on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of audio and/or visual recording of the meeting requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Annette Lawrence, Councillor Julie Coburn, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, Councillor Adam Matchett, Councillor Ben Pakes, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Arthur Bain, and Councillor Noel Selby. Staff attending today are Mr. Andrew Medal, our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director Operations and Planning, Mr. Wesley Trotter, Director of Utilities, Ms. Vicky Thomas, Acting Group Manager of Governance and Information Services, and Mrs. Talia Webster, Governance Advisor. Congratulations on your recent nuptials, Mrs. Webster. Welcome councillors, staff, members of the public, anybody watching our live stream, and a very special welcome to the students of Kempsey Adventist School who are very special guests this morning. We'll now move to our opening prayer. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as I've recited many times in the past, I'll be reciting the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. We'll now move to the acknowledgement of country. Councillor Bain.
Dunghutti Guten Dittenbuddy, this is Dunghutti country. I'd like to pay respect to elders past, acknowledging the guidance of the ancestors and the sacred places on Dunghutti country. I'd like to acknowledge the elders present who are balancing challenges and opportunities for growth and health of First Nations people. I would like to acknowledge elders future, the young people who we need to support to walk in two worlds. Marangu, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We now move to the acknowledgement of servicemen, women and their families. Councillor Selby.
Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women, their families, in particular those who gave their lives in defence of the freedom we enjoy today. And also recently we've celebrating Long Tan, Battle of Long Tan, VP Day, which wasn't long ago, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombing of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Selby. I'd also like to extend that acknowledgement to any veterans present in the meeting or in our gallery or watching online today. I now move to applications of leave or apologies, which there are none. And I'd now like to take a moment to recognise one of our councillors. Councillor Annette Lawrence recently was a recipient of a very special scholarship through Local Government New South Wales called the Pat Dixon Memorial Scholarship. I think one of the most special parts of Annette receiving this scholarship is that Pat Dixon is actually a Dunghutti woman who was a pioneer in representation in local government. And I think it's quite lovely that Annette is the first Dunghutti woman who has been elected to our council and is sitting on our council. So I would like to take a moment to present her with her lovely scholarship certificate. Annette unfortunately couldn't attend the event, so we collected this on her behalf. But already this term, in your first 10 months of council, you've you're on the Closing the Gap advisory group toolkit. You have received a scholarship, and you were just every day balancing working hard, being a representative, being a mum, still participating in community sport, and she scored a goal on the weekend. So I just take my hat off to you, and I just really want to recognise that we have some really outstanding people in our community, and that it takes a lot of work to not only be a councillor and to show up, but to keep putting yourself forward for opportunities, and being an absolute role model. So congratulations, Councillor Lawrence, and very exciting for you to receive this award.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, for the beautiful words. I wasn't expecting to have to speak, so I'm not prepared, but I'm really grateful to be elected and to be the first Ungutty woman at the Kempsey Shire Council, and to work alongside all of you wonderful councillors as well. And I'm excited about the future and what it brings for the Shire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I'd also like to mention a very special person sitting to my right, Ms. Vicky Thomas, who was on Saturday awarded with Administrator of the Year at the New South Wales Surf Lifesaving Awards. And our Surf Lifesaving Club at at Southwest Rocks is absolutely outstanding. They're now going on to the national awards for their cultural connections program that they've been running out at Southwest Rocks. And I'm just hugely impressed by the work that the club does, but also the work that Vicky does there as well. So big clap for her. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. So we now move to the confirmation of minutes for the meeting held in July, which the exact 15th of July. Do I have a mover? Councillor Paik, seconded Councillor Selby. Is there any dissent? There is none. The motion is carried. We'll now move to disclosures of interest. Councillors, are there any disclosures of interest for the business paper? I hear none. So now we'll move to items passed by exception, and there is a recommendation in front of you. Yeah, that's okay. Before we move the motion or take questions, do councillors wish to remove any items so they may speak to them or vote against them? Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, just the legal matters. If we can please pull that one.
You wish to withdraw with legal matters? Yep, we can withdraw that one. Are there any other withdrawals? We're just, once we have the motion up in front of us, with the removal of 12.1, I can get a mover. Oh, wait, before we do that, does anyone have any questions on any of the items? Councillor White.
Yes, please. I have questions on 10.8 on the development activity. And firstly, I asked a question about private certification, and there was a percentage of 76% done by council, 24 by private certifiers, which I thought was actually lower than I expected. And I noticed in the report there's 165 DAs that are outstanding and 69 that are new ones. I was wondering if got a few questions. I was wondering, is there any strategic approach to assessing priority of those DAs, or is it a first come, first serve? I was thinking sort of like, use of AI or any criteria for quick win assessments.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The team undertake an initial review to actually accept or reject the submission of the DA in the first place. And then obviously DAs have different levels of complexity. So some DAs, a simple standard house on a normal block with no odd features is going to be quite a simple DA, whereas, a multi-dwelling housing proposal or something else could be far more complex. It also is going to depend on where they are and what sort of referrals to other agencies are required, whether it goes to the RFS and other parties. So essentially the DAs go into the queue, but are certainly assigned a level of priority more on the basis of how fast we can get to them once those referrals are done. So the priority is to get them in the queue and out to the various agencies. And then work through each one on their merits from there.
Second question is around, it says there's backlog. It says how historic is that backlog, or how old is that backlog, and what is the size of that backlog?
I think as the report says through you, Madam Mayor, there's 165, is that the number? Yes, 165 active development applications in there. The majority of those are not extremely historic. However, some of them have been sitting for a while. There's been various sort of policies or processes in place to work through those. Some have been waiting for respondents to provide information for a period of time, giving them second and third chances to provide that information. At this point in time, the team are working through any of those older ones to ensure that they're either withdrawn, or if they can't be withdrawn, then they are determined based on what information we have at the time. That does impact the figures, as you can see in the May numbers. We did quite a lot of that, cleaned up a few, and our average assessment times, blew out to almost double because some of those older DAs were determined within that period. The applicants wouldn't withdraw them. It will have an impact, but we're working through them one by one.
Do you have a full complement of staff working in that space at the moment, or is there still sort of skills gaps and industry gaps?
There is a full complement of staff working in the DA section. It is, however, a very reactive space. So, we've got our complement of staff. They can perform so many, DA assessments of various types within certain timeframes, but we have no control over the pipe of work coming in. We will get spikes in terms of how much work is coming through, and obviously referrals and things, and those RFIs to clarify matters do delay various DAs.
With a recent training that I did, there was a big component around environmental planning and assessment, and the number of private certifiers, maybe it was based around city councils, was really high, switched around. So it was like 75, 25%. Is there scope to use more private certifiers for some of those DAs, or all of the ones that you have, you've gone through that assessment and they don't meet the criteria to be done by a private certifier?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's really up to the applicant. Council is bound to accept any DAs lodged. If the applicant feels that they can be done by a private certifier, then they can go through that process. If they lodge it to us, it's still a complying development, so we would treat it in the same way that a private certifier would, as essentially our certifiers are treated the same under the law as a private certifier. They're due to deemed as public officers doing the same work, but it is really the applicant's preference. The majority of our work is the DAs as opposed to complying developments, so it's not going to make. We do use external DA assessors, planners, but it's not the private certifying complying development issue in that respect.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions on the block? Councillor Matchett.
Yeah, just one again for Mr. Jackson. Following up on the DA approval. I was just curious how transparent that process is for, because you sort of mentioned that sometimes the DA will need to be sent to third parties for their approval. Is that communicated or is that visible to? Because I could imagine that would be a source of frustration for the applicant.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. The DA process, the planning portal, which has been put together by the New South Wales Planning Department and that everybody has to use to insert their documents, does allow for updates to be provided. We also try to be proactive and actually advise customers on what's going to happen, how long it's expected to take, and sort of the issues around our own timeframes as opposed to expected timeframes. Yeah, but I can imagine it can be frustrating. I understand the portal does allow us to show where things are at and does give people some information, but humans want more information all the time. And sometimes obviously you see it's gone to a referral and then there's a gap, and it can be quite a long gap, and people do get frustrated. Absolutely.
Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry, I do have a follow-up question. I wasn't going to ask it, but I will. You mentioned that it's up to that if a DA is lodged to council, then council assesses. I thought, as opposed to a private certifier and a person makes that choice, which I understand that, but I thought all DAs had to be lodged through Planning New South Wales and then it gets sent to council to decide. Or do they go to Planning New South Wales and if someone selects a private certifier, then it doesn't come to council at all? Because I thought all of them came to council.
Through you, Madam Mayor. If somebody uses a private certifier, the private certifier essentially does their work and then will put the information onto the portal through that process later on, is my understanding. So if it's a complying development, then they can follow that process and essentially only the approvals sort of go up at the end of the process. They could put things up earlier.
Mr. Medal.
And a CDC isn't a DA. So when we're talking about DAs, because it's complying, it's not a DA. So you're correct for DAs, but that is not a DA.
I was just going to try and help the councillor, pretty much like doing your tax return. You can either choose to do it yourself and lodge it online yourself, or you can go to a planning agent and they will lodge it on your behalf.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is more of a comment than a question. Just again, I appreciate the statement of cash and investments each month. It's really good to see that we are still, our performance statistics are still above the Bloomberg index. So congratulations to council staff that are managing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any more questions on the block?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to also speak on this issue too, if I may, please. The 12.2, not publicly, but just want to congratulate the Director Trotter and his staff. This situation has been a long time coming, and it's good to see it finalised. So thank you to yourself and the staff for people from Crescent Head. Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, do we have a mover for the block? Councillor Paik, seconded Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We're now.
Have a point of order for a sec. We just got to clarify.
What's your point of order?
Was the legal stuff pulled out?
Yes, it was. That's why it's not in there. Item 8 is Merrill minutes. There are none. Item 9, reports of committees. There are none. We'll now move to item 10.1, which was presentations by school leaders. Arthur Bain, you've mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Matchett, Councillor Bain.
Yep. Buddingboom, Madam Mayor. Welcome to council for the school representatives. I think it's a really exciting opportunity. We need to engage young people in the political process, and thank you for turning up. And I ask my colleagues to support this notice of this resolution.
Thank you. We'll now have our first presentation by Kempsey Adventist School, who put together a presentation, and then we'll move to a video by St. Paul's. Our staff, Vicky and Talia, will help you get ready for your presentation, but the floor is yours. Sorry, councillors, can I just, is there any dissent on the items moved by exception? Is that, oh, sorry, on receiving these, sorry, is there any dissent on receiving this presentation? No.
Hi, I'm Julian, and with me are Maddie, Rowan, and Nick. We are from Kempsey Adventist School, and today we are talking about something important to us, road safety near school, and how we can can encourage more kids to get active by walking or riding to school.
Today I want to highlight the differences in pedestrian safety measures across our local schools. When we look at the data, it's clear that some schools are well equipped and protect students, while others fall short. For example, Orderville Public School stands out with features like a refuge island, curb blisters, pram ramps, and a connected footpath and dedicated bus bays all within a 40k zone. Southwest Rocks Primary also has strong safety infrastructure, including a new wombat crossing and pram ramps. On the other hand, schools like Willawarra Public School have no pedestrian safety features at all, despite being on a 60k road, which raises serious concerns. Similarly, Kempsey Adventist School is located in a 70k zone with only faded road markings. These conditions put students at a much greater risk. Although Willawarra Road isn't as congested as Crescent Head Road where Kaz is. It is an issue that the road where Kaz is so busy with little safety precautions, especially at school pickup and drop-off times. As a community, we need to ensure all students, regardless what school they go to, have a safe route to and from their classrooms. It's time to address these gaps and make pedestrian safety a priority for every school in our region.
As students from Kempsey Adventist School, we want to share a bigger vision for road and pedestrian safety, not just for our school, but for the wider South Kempsey community. Our ultimate vision, if resources were unlimited, would be to have a dedicated path and bike lane running from the South Kempsey Information Centre to the residential areas of Crescent Head Road. This would give walkers and cyclists a safe direct link between homes, community spaces and key parts of town. Our medium-term goal is the construction of a shared footpath connecting Kempsey Adventist School to the South Kempsey Information Centre. This would give students, families and other community members a safe and easy way to walk or ride between these two locations. Right now, without a car, it can feel unsafe and difficult to travel on Crescent Head Road, especially across the bridge at Rudders Lagoon. In the short term, we would like to see two key actions. Number one, a pedestrian refuge island installed in front of Kempsey Adventist School, giving students, parents and pedestrians a safe place to pause before crossing the busy road. Number two, Kempsey Adventist School would like to be included in the road safety and safe access audits around schools, which are part of the current road safety strategy actions. We know there may be challenges in achieving these goals, and Rowan will speak about that more now.
We understand that funding is often the biggest challenge for projects like this. At our last workshop, many ideas came back to two key features. What spaces would we use for these actions, and how much would it cost? After some research, our team discovered the Get New South Wales Active Funding program. According to their guidelines, our proposal is eligible. They also outline what makes a strong application, and we believe our project ticks several boxes. Firstly, they look for projects that can make a big difference in a number of people walking or riding for day-to-day trips. Our proposal would do exactly this, providing a safe walking and riding options for students travelling to Kempsey Adventist School and for residents heading to and from town. Secondly, they value projects that unlock significant connections and remove major barriers. A key barrier in our community is safety. Many people don't feel safe walking along the road at Crescent Head Road. There's a few students that we have surveyed and they feel that it is unsafe to walk especially across Rudders Lagoon. So a dedicated footpath would remove that concern. Thirdly, they seek to address unsafe areas. This path would not only improve the safety, but also enhance the area around CAS, creating a welcome and accessible space for walking and cycling. Finally, the guidelines mention that a path has to be low intensity and comfortable as well as easy to use. The route we propose meets this perfectly, as there is only gentle slopes and gradual bends. Nick will improve upon that.
The road safety strategy for 2023 to 2033 highlights that 3 of the top 5 community concerns are not enough safe cycling paths and not enough footpaths for pedestrians, conflicts between vehicles and cyclists on the road. On page 34 of that same document, there are several actions that align with our proposal. Actions 12 to 15 to improve safety for cyclists and pedestrians, especially around schools. Action 24 is dedicated to safe speeds around schools, which supports changing the nearby 70 km/h zone to a 50 km/h zone before the school zone. Action 39 addresses improving overall road safety near schools. There is also a history of community interest. In January 2018, the council received 5 separate requests for an off-road cycleway from Kempsey to Crescent Head.
Before wrapping up, I also want to reiterate something important about Kempsey Shire's aspirational plans to build the intertown cycling network, as shown. We think it would be an awesome initiative, but one significant roadblock is the success is one significant roadblock to its success is the lack of shared paths or pedestrian bridges over Rudders Lagoon. Right now, anyone walking or riding has no choice but to step onto or ride alongside a very narrow driving lane to cross. It's already unsafe on its own, but it's even more concerning because it is an 70 km/h zone. Without addressing this crossing, the wider cycling network won't achieve its full potential. In conclusion, our proposal meets state funding criteria, addresses community safety concerns, aligns with current strategic action, and reflects long-standing public requests. Most importantly, it would make our community safer, more connected, and more active. Thank you.
Don't sit down just yet. Would you guys be happy to take questions from our councillors if they have them? Councillors, do you have questions? Councillor Bain?
Marangu, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that amazing presentation. My question is, would you be happy to share your PowerPoint presentation, please?
We can, yes.
Thank you, because I think we can then we can use the great work that you've done to follow it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Selby.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to get a copy of all that. I'm on the traffic committee. I'd like to present it to them to even possibly the next meeting if one or if you all turn up to it. It'd be good and you can do that presentation to them because I think it'll carry a lot of weight to getting some of those problems solved.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Well, that was going to be my suggestion, is to make a representation of that to the traffic committee. And as a user of exactly where you're talking about, 100% that is dangerous. Rudders Lagoon is dangerous. There's no pathway there for people. And it's ridiculous. You got 50, 70, 40, 70, 80, 100. It is very difficult as a driver and really unsafe for students. 100% agree. Well done on that research. Awesome. And then, yes, as Councillor Selby said, if you want to, I'd take that presentation direct to the traffic committee. That's so well researched. You've done an amazing job. Very impressed.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was an amazing presentation. Thank you guys for coming. I'm really, really happy that you came along and you all presented and spoke really well. Like I said, I'm really happy because that you're here and you presented, because when I did my chart, because my young person goes to CAS as well, and my child. And when we did the application to go to the school, because we lived in the certain zone, he wasn't allowed to get a bus pass. So they expected him to walk to school. And then I had to fight and get a letter, like type up a letter and everything to send to him to say he can't walk because there's no safe walking paths or anything. And then obviously the bridge that you mentioned. So yeah, no, I'm really happy with you guys coming today and presenting, because it's something that needs to change. And I was wondering as well, have you thought about, or have you guys done a survey at the school as well with the kids, with the students? You have? Could you share that with us as well? Yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Students, good morning, and I commend you on your presentation. In fact, this is wonderful. I campaigned on shared bike paths and footpaths. This initiative this morning can get that rolling. So well done, students. I hope that, Council takes it up, and we can see eventually, when funding allows and budgets allow, of course, that we have some shared footpaths and bike zones for our community to be safe. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Coburn.
Good morning. Thanks so much for your presentation. It was really, really well put together. And the thing that really stood out for me is not only your concerns about and your care for your fellow students and their safety getting to and from school, but the fact that you want to encourage health and fitness amongst your peers, really commendable. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett.
No questions. I just want to comment. You guys did so fantastically. I was so impressed with your thoroughness, your research. It's not easy to get up in front of a room of people, especially as a teenager presenting to adults, but you did yourselves and your school proud. And thank you so much for your thought and effort into this. And I think we're all really keen to pursue this. So thank you so much.
Councillor Pakes.
Morning, guys. Well done. Probably the most feared thing is to stand in front of people and speak. So well done. I can see the look on your faces now is much better than previously. So you've done it. Okay. My favourite part of your presentation was the vision of a network. And I absolutely agree with that. As a Fredericton ratepayer person years and years ago, we talked about a cycleway between Fredericton and Kempsey. It was something that was heavily in the organisation's focus. And as Councillor Saul mentioned, I travel that road often with my kids going to Crescent Head Primary School. I see exactly what you are talking about. I hear you. I understand what you're saying specifically. Broader to that, I think it could be a bridge upgrade that might assist to make that pedestrian access across there. That feels like that bridge is quite narrow, quite aged, and that might be something that's number one in the project to make that space a lot safer. But yeah, bring on more cycleways. Well done. You did it.
Thank you. I think our students deserve another round of applause. Thank you so much for showing up today. I know that it's been a bit of a schmozzle in terms of planning since we've had floods and things like that, but you've done an absolutely fantastic job, and I think captured a really important or an actual project that council can be a part of. So very, very impressive, and thank you for coming along today. We will do St. Paul's, and then we'll break for some morning tea. So thank you, sit down, and we'll now watch a video.
Good morning, councillors and fellow students. We are the college leaders from St Paul's College, Kempsey, and this is our presentation on a proposal for a youth festival in Kempsey. We are organising a 2-day youth festival designed for young people to come together with their friends and enjoy great food, exciting entertainment and fun games. This event offers a chance for youth to get out of the house, socialise and make the most of their weekend, all without breaking the bank. We believe it's a valuable and affordable way for young people to have fun and connect with others in a vibrant and welcoming environment. Here are some issues and how a youth festival could help in Kempsey. So we feel that the youth is disconnected from the community. According to Headspace, 62% of young people aged 12 to 25 feel left out often or some of the time. This is prevalent in our society as many young people in Kempsey feel isolated from the wider community. A youth festival builds connection by involving young people in planning and performing, building bridges across generations. There also feels to be a lack of youth interaction. There are few structured social activities which lead to boredom or disengagement from the community. A festival can encourage teamwork, creativity and positive peer engagement. There's also limited external engagement. Kempsey youth often lack exposure to fresh ideas or outside opportunities. This festival can bring in outside performers and mentors who would introduce new skills and inspiration. And of course, we have a negative town reputation. Kempsey struggles with stigma related to crime and disadvantage. A well-run youth event can shift the public's perspective and inspire local pride, sort of disregard that reputation. Mental health issues. Young people across Australia are increasingly affected by mental health challenges such as stress and anxiety. Participation in arts and events promotes purpose, happiness and self-expression in most. Loneliness. It is a massive growing issue among young people, often linked to social isolation, technology overuse or lack of meaningful connection. Reach Out reports that 65% of young people in regional and remote areas experience loneliness compared to percent in metropolitan areas. This festival provides a space for connection and community celebration.
To ensure the festival reflects the ideas and leadership of young people, we're proposing the creation of a student-led committee. We can form a youth festival committee made up of school captains and leaders from across the Macleay Valley, bringing the different schools closer throughout the valley. For example, all the students involved here within the Council Youth Summit could be in the committee that could represent a cross-section of the valley. This would give students a voice in planning, encouraging leadership, and help create a festival that reflects in our local schools. We will be holding the Youth Festival at the Slim Dusty Centre in Kempsey. Our reasoning for this is that the centre is council owned, very spatial inside and outside, accessible parking and drop-off zones. The ground is flat, which also makes it accessible for all and also level for the food trucks to park. And also unisex toilets are provided at the centre. The best way to promote our youth festival would be to announce these things and post frequent updates through social media like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, the Kempsey Council website page, and each of the school's information page or newsletter. We find out advertising through these social platforms are most effective as the youth is more likely to come across them when they are scrolling through their phones or finding out through friends and family. Local businesses can also be immersed by donating to the festival, which will assist with the costs from the food trucks and related activities.
Tickets for the Youth Festival are affordably priced to ensure everyone can come and enjoy the experience. For a one-day general admission ticket, it is priced at $5 per person, or for greater value, a two-day general admission ticket is priced at $8 per person. If individuals also wish for their ticket to include transport by bus to and from the Youth Festival, a one-day general admission ticket will be priced at $10, and a two-day general admission ticket will be priced at $13. Different coloured wristbands will be given out depending on ticket type to ensure efficient identification of which ticket an individual holds. It is important that the event is easily accessible for the youth to attend, so transport via Kavanaugh's bus will be available to and from the event over the entire weekend to ensure everyone can come and participate in what the Youth Festival has to offer. There will be pick-up and drop-off areas at different locations around the Macleay Valley, including Kempsey, Fredericton, Southwest Rocks, Crescent Head, Hat Head, Gladstone, Smithtown, Willawarren and Bellbrook.
The Youth Festival is open to all ages as there is something for everyone to enjoy. However, it is targeted towards the high school students aged 13 to 18 years old within the Kempsey area. The Youth Festival will have a great mix of entertainment, showcasing live performances by local artists and cultural groups, interactive games and appearances by local sporting professionals. Think about talent quests, battle of the bands and dance performances that highlight the creativity and passion of our youth. Young people can enjoy a variety of local food trucks and explore stalls from small and upcoming businesses, offering everything from handmade goods to community services. Additionally, there will be local stars such as Jolene Anderson and Tristan Riley to inspire and empower young people through motivational talks and active employment across the festival's workshops, panels and cultural activities. Their presence will also support the inclusion of Indigenous voices, with Tristan Riley playing a key role in sharing his cultural experiences, helping to foster meaningful conversations around identity, representation and community leadership.
The Youth Festival will take place over the weekend, running from Friday evening through Saturday afternoon. MID in Adelaide is a creative museum focused on science and technology that empowers young people through its youth board, made up of 15 to 25-year-olds who design and run events for youth. One key event, Unseen, Unheard, Unsaid, included music, screen printing, storytelling, and games, all led by the youth board. This approach gives young people leadership experience, encourages creativity, and helps build community. MOD is a strong example of how youth-led projects can develop skills and confidence while inspiring connection. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us and consider our proposal for the youth event. We truly appreciate your support and interest in helping us create an engaging, inclusive, and empowering experience for young people in our community.
A great presentation by St. Paul's College. It's absolutely amazing what you can do with technology these days. Unfortunately, due to the way the floods turned out, a few of our other schools were unable to make it. So we just have these two presentations today, but it was absolutely fantastic for Kempsey Adventists to come along and to have that video by St. Paul's. Morning tea isn't quite here yet, so we might just continue through the agenda until it arrives if councillors and our gallery are okay with that. So we'll move to item 10.2, which is the Corporate Performance Report, Quarter 4, 2024-2025. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconder. Councillor Matchett. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, Murrumgoo, Madam Mayor. This is again a very thorough document that we get each quarter. This is referring to the last quarter of the 24-25 financial year. Of particular note for me was having a look through the grants status summary, and to note that there's over $600,000 on tropical soda apple, which is a huge issue in our community, and it's really, really good to see that the amount of grant funding that's been able to be accessed to deal with this problem, which has a major impact on on agriculture in our community, which is an economic driver, but also after the flooding, we know that those tropical soda apple is going to be spreading down. If we don't stop it here, it's going to be a bigger problem generally. So well done for that. And financial sustainability program status is that's one of those ongoing challenges, and I appreciate that the Kempsey Adventist presentation acknowledged that, but the other thing I really liked about that is coming up with a solution. Okay, it's not just identifying a problem, it's identifying potential solutions. So we're working through it. We looking at the delivery program and the operational plan, understanding that there are challenges caused by climate variability. So we set targets, we create we have a plan, but those plans are at the not at the whim, but they can be significantly impacted by these climate events, our flooding, most recent example. So I commend this to my colleagues, and congratulations again to the staff for the great work they've done on developing this. Murrumgoo, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'd just like to ask Mr. Thorogood, Director of Corporate and Commercial, to introduce this report and just the suite of documents.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I am pleased to present the Quarter 4 Corporate Performance Report for 24-25, which provides a detailed account of Council's provisional financial and operational performance for the year ending the 30th of June 2025. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge the considerable effort that has gone into preparing this report. In particular, I want to thank Wayne Douglas and his team, along with staff from across the organisation. Their diligence in compiling, analysing and presenting this information ensures Council has a transparent and reliable picture of how we have performed over the past year. Looking first at the financial performance, Council's provisional consolidated operating result excluding capital grants is a $2.7 million surplus compared with a $3.2 million budgeted surplus. Within that, the general fund has recorded a $3.8 million deficit, slightly higher than the $3.3 million deficit that had been budgeted. While the consolidated result shows overall resilience, the general fund outcome highlights the continuing structural challenges we face in funding day-to-day operations. At the same time, both the Water and Sewer Fund continue to perform strongly, each recording solid surpluses that provides a stable base for meeting future infrastructure investment needs. Council also delivered $58 million in capital expenditure, close to a record high, though below the $73 million budget, primarily due to delays from weather, resourcing constraints and external approval processes. Importantly, most of this expenditure will carry forward into 2025-26 to complete the projects already in progress. Turning to some of the key achievements, over $90 million in grant funding was secured for the Water and Sewer program, with $63 million received this year. A further $13 million was secured for Stuart McIntyre Dam, with $2 million received this year. Council also received $14 million in disaster recovery funding for flood recovery works. On top of that, $1 million in additional investment income was achieved above budget. $1.9 million in savings were identified through the Financial Sustainability Program, and there was a $2 million increase in general rates revenue flowing from the special rate variation. We must also recognise the challenges. These included a $3 million operating loss in waste services driven by transport costs, leachate treatment and reduced landfill income. There were also legal expenses of $500,000 exceeding the budget by $0.4 million due to development-related matters. In addition, the financial assistance grant income was $3 million below expectations, with the balance expected in 2025-26. On the operational side, Council delivered 124 of 160 planned actions under the operational plan, equating to nearly an 80% completion rate. The remaining actions include 27 behind schedule and 9 deferred, mainly due to natural disasters, resourcing gaps, funding challenges, regulatory delays and supplier constraints. In summary, this report highlights that while Council continues to face financial and operational challenges, we are also securing record levels of external funding, delivering substantial capital programs and embedding our financial sustainability program. At the same time, the strong performance of our water and sewer funds provides an encouraging foundation for the significant infrastructure investment required in the years ahead. Once again, I would like to record my thanks to Wayne Douglas and his team for their leadership in coordinating this report and to all the staff who have contributed to its preparation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood, for that introduction to the report. Are there any questions, councillors, on this report? Councillor Wyatt.
Sure. I have a few and 11-ish and it's going to go through order of how these reports are prepared, if that's suitable. First up, key challenges. And a note that, I'm sorry, I don't know what page the key challenges one is on.
Page 14.
14, thank you. I note that legal expenses were $500,000 exceeding the anticipated, 500,000? Yeah, for $500,000, yeah, exceeding the anticipated amount, and this is due to development matters in the Land Environment Court. I don't know the percentage on that, but it looks quite high to me. Does the budget account for a potential need to increase this allocation in the 25-26 financial year, or how are we going to manage that going forward?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, there has been an increase in legal expenses allowance in the 25-26 year. The best indicator of future performance is past performance. So one of the things that we look at when we're budgeting these out moving forward is what our previous performance has been and whether or not that's a one-off occurrence or whether or not that's likely to recur. Legal expenses are particularly difficult to predict though, and we do not budget for large amounts of legal expenses just on the proviso that they may occur. We do have the quarterly budget review process that we go through 3 times a year, at which we'll make adjustment to legal expense budgets if they're required.
So a follow-up to that, do you think that the $500,000 exceeding expenses is a one-off or less than normal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say it's an extraordinary amount and not something that we would typically see. That particular matter has not necessarily run through to conclusion yet, though, so we may see further expenses on that matter. The nature of the particular matter, though, is unusual, and I don't expect that we will see many matters like that.
Thank you. Next. is there some questions around the financial assistance grant? And I noticed there's an email in there today from CEO. I find it a bit confusing, actually. So just a couple of questions is how much was the total supposed to be delivered in 24-25? Because only I'll just read these and then you can unpack them. Because yeah. So it says the question is how much was supposed to be delivered in 24-25 because only 50% was delivered in the 2024 financial year. And then there's an extra 25%, which is only 75% out of 100%. Why is that? Where is the remaining 25% and where does it get delivered? And does that mean in 25-26 there should be 125%? To me, it seems, I don't understand. You get a financial assistance grant in the previous year, you only get 75%, and there's a 25% which is missing. So does that mean we only ever get 75? Is there a counting trick going on? Can you explain, please?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, and for the information of anyone listening who's not aware, the financial assistance grant is the key contribution that the Australian federal government makes to fund local councils across Australia. That money is passed through the states and it's divided up amongst councils on a number of factors. A key contributor to that is the size of our transport network, but other parts of that are a range of factors of disadvantage that a community might face to try and, as best they can, target at the areas where it's most needed. The grant is paid in 4 instalments in August, November, February and May throughout the financial year in which it's received. However, both tiers of government always endeavour to prepay a substantial amount of the grant in the previous financial year to assist councils with their financial position at year end. It has been customary that 75% of that grant has been prepaid in the previous year for the following year. However, this year only 50% was prepaid. So once again, our best estimates based on past experience were that we would receive 75% of the money that was due to us in 24-25, but unfortunately the state government only advanced 50% of that amount, and the other 50% will now be received in those August, November, February and May instalments. What that means to councillors, as was shared last night, is that we received around $4.3 million of our share of that grant in last financial year, with the remaining 4.3 million or nearly 4.4 to be shared out over this financial year, and that was a little bit less than we forecast. So ultimately we get all the money that is due to us by the end of the financial year, as well as an advance on next year's. It's just the timing has changed this time around.
Sorry, can you say this amounts again? Did you say 4.3 million?
The total amount of the grant is 8.68 million to Kempsey Shire Council. We have received 50% prepayment, 4.375, and then the remaining 4.375 will be divided over those 4 instalments, which is just under $1.1 million in each of those instalments.
And something that I just learnt is that the money goes to the state, and the state then divides it up based on those factors that you determined. I didn't know that.
Yeah, correct. So during your time as councillor, the Grants Commission will come around and do one of their public, I've forgotten the word for it, but effectively they do it's not a public inquiry as such, but they will come around and they will explain their methodology in each local government area. So councillors will have the opportunity to avail themselves of one of those presentations, which will go into the very complex methodology that the state uses to try and align with both the federal government's requirements as to how that money is allocated, as well as the state government's policy position, and get the best outcome of those two things for councils.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do remember that. So during this term, we will have one of those presentations. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Second lot of questions is around the flood response money, which is also in those key factors there, key challenges rather. Oops. Does that get reimbursed through those? And I remember those acronyms, and I still don't remember those acronyms, but you talked about 3 different types of flood money. So where are the key challenges is there? Does that get reimbursed through those programs? So it's actually not an expense of ours, it's just like a money paid up front gets reimbursed later through those 3 acronyms?
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor, the 3 acronyms that you're referring to: Emergency Works, EW, Immediate Recovery Works, IRW, and Essential Public Asset Restoration Works, EPARS. And they are the short, medium and long-term funding that we get under the Natural Disaster Recovery Arrangements. to fund our flood recovery. So the first two of those emergency works and immediate recovery works are works that we just have to go out and do to rectify damage caused by natural disasters. We pay for them up front out of our own cash, and then we recoup that money. We claim it from the state government after we have already spent it. And that's the $2.7 million in the key challenges refers to the money that we have spent that will be recovered from the state government. And you'll see there's a note that the anticipated income's already reflected in the provisional results, meaning a net zero impact on the operating result. We know that we will recover that money, and therefore we account for that as if it's been recovered.
Yes, because it doesn't come in that financial year. It could come in much later.
The EWs and the IRWs generally get paid back to us pretty quickly after a claim, and we make progressive claims. So as an event unfolds, we don't necessarily wait for all of those works to be completed before we claim that money back. We have a staff member who very intimately knows all of the provisions of the arrangements and makes those claims as soon as we possibly can to make sure that money's coming in as quickly as it can be.
Thank you. I just have some questions on the documents, the financial sustainability program, the grants, and the DP and OP. Do you want me to continue, or just want to unpack it one by one? You want me to keep going? Okay. So moving on to the financial sustainability program. And I noticed the service delivery views, it says this, and I don't know the number. Oh yeah, 17.1.2, the service delivery reviews are completed and adopted. Will these be reported? These will be reported to council as part of a brief, because these were adopted during the SRV process and I presume that, and we have had discussions about productivity savings. So I'm assuming that savings will be addressed in those service reviews, and will we be given a brief on that so we can see what that looked like? I was actually surprised to see it completed, and I thought all of that was going to come back to council.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are currently undertaking the pilot service reviews, and there'll be 2 reviews undertaken in this year as part of the pilot program. The outcomes for those reviews will certainly be shared with councillors when they're completed.
Oh, okay. So it's only 2 reviews, not the entire business.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the entire business will be reviewed over a period of time, but we're piloting 2 within this financial year. So what was done in the previous year was that the methodology, the approach, and the plan was created. We had a look at that item that was there about non-core services and so on, and then the actual pilot service reviews are in this year's operational plan.
Thank you. In the business paper itself, it mentions service delivery or program and service delivery savings of $1.9 million. Will they be reported in the audited financial report, or will they specifically be reported to us, or it's just 1.9 we have saved? Sorry. Like where are those savings, in other words?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. That's an item that we've discussed on a number of occasions. I'm happy to share with councillors what the details of the makeup of those $1.9 million worth of savings are. Whilst they'll obviously be reflected in the financials in our annual report, they're not going to be itemised item by item as to what they are in that document. But I'm happy to share with councillors details of where those $1.9 million worth of savings have been found.
Yes. I can go through. Yes, I have an idea of what they are. I'm more asking a question on behalf of the community. Can they see where some of those savings are? Or can I, if you report them to me, can I report them on social media?
Yeah, no, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm certainly happy to undertake that when we do provide that annual report to council, that we include detail on that in the covering report.
Thank you. Development Control Plan number 17.16. I'm just wondering why this is listed as complete when it's not for South West Rocks, and South West Rocks is being deferred. So what is complete in this review?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Look, that was an item that is all but complete. That will be coming to council in the September. Is it already September? It will be reported to council momentarily. So the draft plan is completed and ready for reporting to council.
You mean the draft plan for South West Rocks?
Correct.
Oh, cool. T Corp access, obtaining T Corp access, I understand it is quite a massive win for council. And it was something that's come up many, many times during the SRV process and in your predecessors' times. Do you want to explain? Can you please explain to the community why it's important and what it means?
Thank you. Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, TCorp is the New South Wales Treasury Corporation, and councils have access to low interest loans through TCorp that are generally more competitive than the commercial banking market. Council has been working for many years to gain access to those loans. For many years, council was seen as being too high risk for TCorp to loan to. We have worked through that, and once again, particularly I'd acknowledge the work of Wayne Douglas and his team in getting to a point where we were able to satisfy their risk assessment and have access to low interest loans through the Treasury.
Thank you. And the Slim Dusty review, I thought this was going to be similar to the airport review to determine whether or not to keep it as a business operation. Has this been done? It doesn't look like it's been done to me. Or in 17.19, is that the review there just a review of the current business operations? Like, I thought the whole thing was going to be reviewed, but are we not reviewing it because of the sort of contractual and agreement obligations associated with the museum and the lease? Like, we're not doing a business review to keep it or not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the scope of that review was to review the current business plan of the Slim Dusty Centre and the operating model for the centre and to seek any improvements that could be made to the centre. So I would say the option of not operating the centre was not something that was contemplated by that review. That review has been completed, and councillors will have seen there have been some changes to the operating model of the Slim Dusty Centre, such as bringing in key community group to operate the cafe and so on. It will also be subject to a report to council in the near future.
Moving on to the development program, 10.2.3. Says a 78% is complete, which is 22% not done, which is quite good considering not quite good, it's very good considering all of the natural disasters that we've had to deal with. And in the next item, we're talking about the carryovers and the revotes, which is 21%. So I'm not sure if they can be correlated. Does that match? Or is it coincidental figures?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's probably more coincidence that those things match. Than planning. Not every item on there is of the same scope or scale.
Okay. So that helps me with my next question around an exponential increase of not completing work due to natural disasters. So I think in the carryover one we're talking about, it's an increase of, I'm not sure how much, but it is an increase from the previous year. And one of the challenges in there talks about natural disasters. And I remember we've had discussions about playing sort of catch up from the 22 floods. So can we expect an exponential increase of things not being completed due to natural disasters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's obviously difficult to predict when we will see a natural disaster or the scope or scale of the natural disaster. I will note that we've seen more in recent years than we've seen previously. We also saw quite a lot around the period of about 2011 to 2013, 2014 as well. One of the things that I would point out, though, is, and I'll speak to this when we speak to the next report, given the increasing size of our capital program over the last 5 years, and for instance, if you look at budget numbers, we had 42 million, 59 million, 60 million, 67 million, and 73 million. And once again, we have a very large program this year. If, for instance, you don't get to 10% of works, that's a difference of $4.2 million worth of works 5 years ago, versus would be $13 million worth of works in the next year. So as the scale of the capital program grows, in percentage terms, the amount that we move over might be the same, but the dollar figure significantly grows. We have had a particularly challenging end to this year, though, and one of the things that I would point out is where natural disasters occur early in a financial year through that quarterly review process, we have the opportunity to defer projects and to recast that program and to change our forecasts. When natural disasters occur in the final quarter of the financial year, as they have here, we don't have that opportunity. So it makes the year-end result look much poorer than it would when they occur earlier in the year. So we are somewhat at the hands of timing this time around, but it will always be the case that we obviously cannot predict when these will occur. We plan using the best information that we have available, and we modify those plans when things change.
So there is so there is a link there between the CapEx program, which is huge, and it's reported here as being the hugest that we've done before. But so as they decrease, then it should kind of level out statistically. Rightio. I just wanted to go through some of the delays in the DP and OP report. I think I've asked the questions about the Hatch Head reprofiling before, the beach reprofiling before, but can you just tell me again what that one is? So it's ENOP 37. It's in the DP and OP plan, yeah.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. As the comment does say, we've got the coastal management plan with the Minister for adoption. So funding for that through that coastal management plan is a 2-to-1 basis. So obviously it's very much in council's interest to wait until we can access that funding. So that is the one of the reasons. And then the other comment is that, yeah, at present, the urgent need has not been identified to do that. So we are certainly recommending waiting until that quite significant funding source of 2-to-1 funding from the government is available for a lot of those issues under the coastal management plan.
Is the actual project of what the the profiling is that actually in the plan? What is reprofiling? Is it something to do with sort of managing sea level change or fixing up the beach access or fences or something like that? I know that beach suffers a lot from high east coast lows. Is that what it's associated with? We can take that on notice.
Yeah, we can provide more detail on what that means.
The second one is the Koala project, ENOP 39, which says that it's which is linked to the Macleay Hastings project. Is that just a contribution payment?
Yes, we're contributing $20,000 to that project, and they're unable to spend that money at the moment.
They are. So do you know what and I think that's linked to the New South Wales koala strategy, but what's the capacity problem with the Macleay Hastings group? You don't know?
Well, again, we'd take that offline.
Okay.
They don't have the capacity to spend that money at the moment, so we can give you more details offline.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering how that affects sort of future projects under the koala strategy. I mean, my sort of experience, if you hand back grants or you can't deliver money, they could just potentially reallocate that somewhere else. I would not like to lose that money for that project. But yep, okay. Then there's a couple of planning ones around the local environment plan, development contribution. Well, you've mentioned that. The Southwest Stewart's Point structure plan and the master plan for the Kempsey depot. And the issues for these are around resourcing. What is being done to address the resourcing issues?
So through you, Madam Mayor, there's a variety of projects, programs, as your earlier questions have alluded to. Staff are holding a number of vacancies at the moment, which is impacting on the level of resourcing we have in human terms. We're also very conscious of community expectations, and so resources are being held very tight, hence the ELT position around the principles for carryovers and revotes. So a range of measures to make sure that we are being seen to do what the community expects with tightening our belt, but that does come with implications.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is because the training that Councillor Bain and I did around, and we had a whole day in New South Wales Development and Approval Framework, and it was driven home really hard, is that those plans in particular are really important for development, because that's kind of like the go-to. So yeah, those seem very, especially the LEP, they are very important documents to have done, because that's especially when we're looking at state significant development, compliant development. So that's why I asked that question. The Climate and Risk Adaptation Project, LEOP 14, was unsuccessful due to a grant. Are you able to share some of the reasons for that? And would council apply again? And given that there is no funding, is this funding for it? So the project has got no money. Is this project now a revoted project or just dropped off?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The reasons given by the funding body were not particularly specific. Obviously, it wasn't funded in that round. We are looking at ways to rescope the project, downscope the project so that it may be achievable, but obviously that will be put through to council as a new budget item or as an amended budget item through the quarterly reviews, because we need to obviously recast how much money is required and where that funding may be sourced from, or what we can do within the council contribution that was allocated to that, and whether that is meaningful or not. So now that we have the news that funding is not available, staff are working to recast the project to see what can be achieved to get the best outcome, and then put to council for whether or not they wish to support that.
Thank you. 2 more questions. Thank you for your patience, colleagues. 2 more questions. Does ARIC review the DP? I mean, because it's final version now, and to review it and provide feedback and sort of have an eye over it from an auditing sense and a performance management delivery sense. So does ARIC have a say on it?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I guess not directly in a formal sense, but a large part of what ARIC does in monitoring council's operations is directly tied to our delivery of the operational plan and the delivery program. So whilst they're not a body who is formally consulted with on the content of the plan, they are certainly a body that is interested in the risks and improvements involved in the delivery of the plan.
Thank you. And final question on grants. It says there are 6 unsuccessful grants stated in the business paper. Are you able to share those unsuccessful ones either now or via an email? I'm curious to see whether there's a trend. I mean, I could see the trend in what's not being delivered around some of those planning documents and those environmental ones. So I'm just curious, not from council perspective at all, but just whether there's a trend. Are you able to share what are not successful? We've got climate as one.
I think the grants status summary does show those. A lot of them are pedestrian facility upgrades on page 8, the last page, unsuccessful grant applications. So I've got Get New South Wales Active. There's 4 there, which are essentially, fortunately, students around school crossings and all of those matters raised. So
that's unfortunate.
You can see what we're up against. We're certainly making applications, and then some other. Crown reserves regarding the bandbox theatre, etc., and some other grants. And sorry, a regional youth summer autumn 24-25. So yeah, there's a few on there. Page 8 of the grant summary.
Right.
Q4 grant summary.
Yep, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's concerning. I mean, that's not a trend that I expected. Actually, I expected a different kind of trend. But thank you very much for your patience and answering all those questions.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. No, I just had 2 questions about the DPOP. I just noticed the cultural refocus plan actions. Can you tell me why it's being reviewed, please?
Either or.
I'll take this one. Through you, Madam Mayor. That's because of me. People have done their work, but they were waiting for me to arrive and then discuss it. We had ELT away day last week and discussed that further. So I'm now waiting for that group to come in and present to me with what they consider to be an appropriate set of values for our organisation. So I'm looking forward to do that because they do align very closely with my own personal values and what I've been sharing with the staff. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I've just got one more question, just in the DPOP as well, about the wharf jetty replacement program. Can you tell me, it's on page 31, I think, so can you tell me about the challenges and why council have had to take this over? I understand obviously the weather impacted a lot of the project work, and has it impacted us financially, or are we better off now that we are doing it ourselves?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The wharf jetty was a contracted piece of work, and we did run into some issues with that contractor. So we did end up taking over that project. And then, of course, obviously the wharfs have been underwater, which hasn't helped. So There was a small financial impact. We did work to minimise that and take on materials, etc., that had been ordered and eventually arrived. But yeah, with a lack of confidence that it could be delivered, we took that over, and our staff are delivering that as and when they're able to. But yeah, a small impact only on that one. But yeah, time is obviously the biggest issue. It would have been great to have that finished before these rain events, and it certainly would have been if we hadn't had those issues to work through on a contractual basis.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. I have a number of questions too, so I'm just going to work through them as well. Just when we're looking at the, where am I? In the quarterly budget review statement, I have a question around the consultancy fees for the year. It's about $1.9 million. Is that a normal spend for council across a year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's difficult to say exactly what is normal because a lot of this consultancy is used on projects. So, for instance, in the area that Michael was referring to earlier, things like DCP reviews and LEP reviews and so on will use consultancy, but they're a once in a decade sort of thing. So what I would say is we're not alarmed by the consultancy spend. It's something that we watch closely. We think it's appropriate for the size of the program that we've delivered over the last year, but it will fluctuate year to year depending on particularly what those projects are. And it's something that's affected by operational projects. So whilst quite often we talk about capital works and all of the costs associated with capital works, quite a lot of those planning documents are what we'd call operational projects rather than capital and are funded out of our operating budget. And therefore you'll see those consulting expenses reflected in the operating costs rather than on the capital side of the budget.
Thank you. Just going to the financial sustainability report. I had a couple of questions there too. First one was around the, I think Alex has possibly covered off on some of these. You have reported to us that we're going to get that developer contribution plans that will be coming to us shortly, which is really good to hear because I think that's really important in light of those state significant developments in particular. In the 17 point, sorry, this is, yes, action 17.111, around the action 23, the property portfolio. This is something that we have discussed previously around being given a little bit more current information on what that looks like. And my question was around the disposal of property. Is that something that would normally come to council to make that decision, or is that something that's made operationally and out of our scope?
Through you, Madam Mayor, under the Act, the disposal of property is actually one of the powers that cannot be delegated, so any disposal of property will be reported to council.
Okay. And you have here that will we be getting an updated sort of report on that? I know you have shared something with us previously, but it was not a difficult document to use. It wasn't very user-friendly. So will we get that report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to provide details to councillors once that piece of work is completed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving down to item. Oh, you've talked about that one. Sorry, there's going to be some double up here, so I just don't want to double up on things. I have a question around 17.2.6, which is the Macleay Valley Coast Holiday Parks, which you've noted it being at 100%. Particular highlight for me is work to prepare for the end of the current holiday park management agreement in 2027. Will council be doing a business case to see what running those facilities themselves will look like?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I would say is council will certainly do an options analysis on what the options are moving forward with the various operating models for the parks before making a decision as to exactly which path we continue down. So I wouldn't refer to it as a business case. I'd refer to it probably as an options analysis.
Okay. Next one is around council's 17.2.8. It's around the continuous improvements that are being made to council's budgeting and forecasting process. I'm assuming that this is going to be just an ongoing task that will be undertaken.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. You may have heard Mr. Douglas in various briefings and so on refer to the fact that some of these items that are in the financial sustainability plan actually just essentially turn into business as usual. Reviewing our property holdings is another one that you referred to earlier, that whilst placed in the plan is really something that we need to do on an ongoing basis as a business as usual function. So certainly what I would say is the improvement in the financial reporting, the forecasting and the modelling in my time at council has been significant, and we will continue to stepwise improve that in the future.
Your microphone's not on.
Sorry. 17.3.2, which is around the fleet management optimization and efficiency improvements. I have a question around the charging stations. I noted that the initial ones that were installed at Slim Dusty Centre and Bat Creek were grant funded. They seem to be popping up all over the place. I know there's another charging station in Southwest Rocks, and there's one being proposed to be put in, I'm assuming, for staff to use here. They're not grant funded moving forward?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're certainly looking at what can be grant funded. However, the market is very much taking the lead now in delivery of that infrastructure. So the council has opted to purchase an electric vehicle, in fact, 2 electric vehicles at the moment. So the charging facilities here have been put in preparation for that, and vehicles such as the light van and things like that are kind of well suited to electric use as well for future when they're due for renewal, which is not right now. So yeah, putting that infrastructure in now, we'll use grants where we can, but in all cases that's not possible. So we're being quite restrained in our rollout, and the market is now moving towards installing charging facilities around through the various initiatives that people like Essential and the wider industry have now come up with.
So is that local service stations? There might be some installed. Is that what you're alluding to?
There's a number of options. There's also options that Essential are running where they can actually establish pole mounted at the side of the road. So you get a parallel parking location which actually has charging infrastructure on it that's accessible via credit cards or apps, etc. So there's a few of those that have been proposed as well in various locations.
So can I take that to mean that council will no longer be installing the EV charging stations from our own budgets? They will now just be given out to business to roll out?
Council will continue to look at grant opportunities and also what makes financial sense. Running a network like that involves operational expense, maintenance, various fees to providers, etc. So we will continue to evaluate options, and if the grant is good enough, then we would pursue it. But if it's not, it doesn't make financial sense for council, we certainly wouldn't rush to become a prime network provider.
So just as an ad hoc to that, who makes the decision about where the charging stations are installed? If council's going to install them, who actually makes that decision?
Our staff put forward a series of recommendations as to where that might occur, and then it'll come up through the directors and through to ELT to make a decision on that, if that's going to go. And obviously, if we've gone for a grant under the policy, we'd follow that procedure as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might just say in addition to that, first of all, there's nothing solid in council's plans at the moment about installing any more chargers unless they were to support our own fleet. Was the fleet strategy to go that way? In regards to locations, there's a couple of programs I've been involved in my time here at council that has sought to place charges. Where they are grant funded, the New South Wales government actually has a strategy about where and how they want what types of charges and on what timeline, and how they ramp up from the sorts of type 2 charges which we've installed to higher powered charges in the future. So a lot of that is dictated by the grant funding bodies that will seek to find the best locations available to them when they are awarding that funding. And then you have the private investors, whether they are the energy companies or whether they are some of the motor vehicle manufacturers. They will choose their locations and then seek permission from council to utilise those locations, either if it's on council land through seeking a lease or a licence, or if it's on private land through a development application or appropriate applications.
Okay, thank you. My only comment on that was having the slower charging stations. Sometimes those locations, vehicles may only be stopped there for a couple of hours because they're in a designated parking area, and you don't get much charge over a couple of hours. That was also, it's very important, I think, that community is aware of where they're being proposed, because I've had quite a bit of feedback around Southwest Rocks, obviously. So just wanted to see if we were.
You need to ask questions, Councillor Coburn. I'm going to take that one as a speech and you can continue your questions.
Thank you. Other question. I noted that I think approximately 50 of the GPS trackers have been installed into vehicles. Is that continuing to roll out? And at what point will that data be tracked? And how often will that data be reported?
The rollout is continuing. It's now up to about nearly 80 of those. So it's progressively being installed in the fleet as they come through the workshop. In terms of reporting, it's very much operational data. We won't be reporting the details of the GPS tracking to councillors. However, the staff are using that for the purposes of which it is installed, which will be to claim diesel fuel rebate through the tax system, and the GPS allows us to actually sort of backdate claims several years, which is one of the key selling points to get that in. And obviously in terms of the maintenance management and lifespan of the usage of all vehicles, that data will continue to inform the fleet renewal process.
Thank you. The innovation portal. I just wondered, how do you keep re-engaging staff with that? I know often organisations roll out these initiatives, and initially they're uptaken quite quickly. Is that something that staff are continuously using, or how are you keeping that energy levels up to keep putting those improvements in?
You might want to add this. Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, you identify a key risk there that when these things kick off, they get a high uptake and then they start to lag a little bit. And whilst we are still seeing use of the innovation portal, I would suggest we are also starting to see sort of that first dip in its utilisation. To that end, though, certainly something that Mr. Meadow has been speaking to has been sort of that bottom up innovation and encouraging staff to do that. And there's actions in our financial sustainability program over the next year to give the staff the tools that they need to be able to drive some of that bottom up information and innovation and empower them to do that. So there's certainly further initiatives coming in that space that I hope would see an uptick in that again. I don't know whether Mr. Meadow has anything he wants to add.
Through the Mayor, I think it's one of my foundational principles around how we engage effectively with staff. So that's all part of the cultural journey that we're undertaking. I'm under no illusion that it's going to take a little while to get there, because there's a need to build trust across the organisation so people feel safe to put their ideas forward. So that's something we're working on across the ELT, about being present, being seen and listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many more questions do you have, Councillor Coburn?
Not many.
Specifically,
I I'll just move to the councillor expenses, if you don't mind. And I have a question here, and this is not meant to be disrespectful in any way. I just noted that in that document that underneath the mayoral's expenses line, there is now a vehicle expenses number that I've never seen in any previous reports. Can I have an explanation, please, about what that is?
Through you, Madam Mayor, this is not the first report that has contained the vehicle expenses line. That is the expense in operating the Mayor's vehicle.
Thank you. We'll now adjourn for morning tea until about 20 to 11. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the meeting.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Saul.
sorry to interrupt. Can I please ask the Director of Corporate and Commercial, I've got to think of the word, I can't see the film running. Mr. Thorogood, did the previous mayor have the same situation with his mayoral car, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the previous mayor also had a mayoral vehicle that had a very similar operational expense associated with it. Probably worthwhile flagging that that operational expense that you see in those reports is the aggregate rate that we use for all light vehicles in the fleet. So it doesn't represent necessarily the actual operating expense of that particular light vehicle. It represents the operating expense of all of council's light vehicles bundled up together, divided by the number of vehicles in the fleet to apportion that across cost centres equally. So it is a rack rate, a higher rate, so to speak. In the absence of a mayoral vehicle, the mayor is entitled to claim travel on the same basis as any other councillor on a cents per kilometre basis on their private vehicle. And therefore, if the mayor did not have a vehicle provided with that operational expense associated, the travel claims would be much higher given the amount of travel the mayor does, and hence why it is more economical for council to provide a vehicle to the mayor rather than having them utilise their own vehicle and claim travel for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And how many times has that expense been reported to council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to review the previous reports to see how many it has been included in, but this is certainly not the first.
Thank you. Questions on corporate?
I do, please. Just wanted to ask Councillor Coburn a question, if I may. Just in response to your question about the vehicle expense, was your question in relation because there was a bit of a confusion between the difference between our own vehicle and the mayoral vehicle? And as you mentioned, that it was a genuine question. Is that why your confusion is? Because you sort of thought there is a council vehicle which may or may not be reported as opposed to private. Is that what your confusion was?
Yeah, and to be frank with you, I went back to the August meeting from last year just to see if it was something that had been reported that I hadn't seen before. And I've got that open in front of me, and there is no line in there that actually sort of states that. So that's why I asked the question. It was purely out of curiosity, and I hadn't seen it as a line item before. And you can have a look at that. I'm happy to send it to you. It's right there in front of me. So that's all it was about.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Pakes.
On indulgence, it was lovely having morning tea with the leaders from the Adventist school that told us about their ambitions for the future. And yeah, I absolutely think that's a gem for the Macleay if they do their education in the area, get employed in the area, and yeah, remain residents with us. That'd be fantastic. We want you here. We want young people to stay. So yeah, thanks again for sharing a couple and coming along. Now to business. I sent a vast list of questions through, which have been answered fantastically through the CEO and the relevant directors. My first question's around the announcement from Michael Kemp last week around Maddie's flat and the numbers discrepancy between what was announced last week and the grant boating infrastructure for communities amount. That's to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes, and thank you for showing respect for our young people when they show up for leadership opportunities. Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the differences in the figures relate from what were earlier conversations and initial scope of the project. The discussions with the government for this grant funding stream were that they wanted council to put 25% of the funding in. So with the constraints on the budget, we've scaled back the scope slightly on this project, which now means that the grant funding will be around 2.28 million. The council's contribution will be 0.76 million for a total cost just over the 3 million for works at Matty's flat. These project works will include the installation of a 4-bay boat ramp and access pontoon, extending the car park and additional disabled spaces, additional rigging bays, construction of a new amenities building, a new accessible playground and linkages together with some fish cleaning tables. I'd be really keen to celebrate this with the community as a good news story once we've got a grant agreement in front of us from the New South Wales government. Thank you to the councillor for bringing it to my attention over the weekend.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I concur. It's great news for the boat users across the Macleay and wider community. My next question is, I've requested information which has been provided regarding the actuals and the budgeted amounts for the previous 5 years and the discrepancies around those. Given the scale of the CapEx budget, what productivities and value for money measures have been put in place strategically to ensure our community is getting value for money and a good deal, considering we've had an increase in our CapEx, considerable increase in our CapEx from carryovers?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Twofold measures. The first is a very rigorous procurement process which helps us deliver not just value for money, but best value for our community. That's procurement, not just in terms of the whole packages that we're putting out to contractors, but also for individual components, materials and so on, that we use in quite significant quantities for our capital program. The original budget figures each year are adjusted by council at 3 times per year to get to the final budget. The actuals report in each year have been a percentage of that. The increase in percentage terms in delivery has increased over the last 5 years. At a recent briefing, members were briefed on our preparedness for the current year. So a significant budget from a capital perspective in this financial year that includes significant work in the water and sewer space, which is subject to a whole program management regime. Then on the remainder of our capital program, we have sought to outsource significant elements of that to local contractors. Contracts are in place or are about to be in place to enable early commencement of those works, which leaves a rump of our own capital program for the current year, which is below that which it has been in previous years, and the team are very confident that they will be able to deliver that. Procurement is key in getting a good price for either contracts for delivery of works or contracts for the supply of elements within those works, and the team are very good at working out whether we're being offered best value or not. Those whole of life cycle costs associated with the delivery of very expensive assets to deliver and to maintain. I hope that helps the councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Financial sustainability report. Now, previously we've had a revenue review task force as part of that report. That's been taken off there. Can you provide an explanation around what might occur with that, or whether it's been permanently deleted?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'm happy to try and help with that. I think that's again my fault. There's been a hiatus in the work of that committee. So that group have been requested to meet with myself and the Mayor as a meet and greet, so that I can understand a bit more about them and their thinking and the opportunities before we move back into a more formal setting and start to try and mine those opportunities that the group has identified previously and may identify into the future.
with indulgence of the Mayor, I must say the individuals associated to that revenue review are absolutely dedicated to our community and putting their hands up for no cost to council. So, yeah, I appreciate you engaging them, and yeah, I think you'll be significantly impressed with the people that have put their hands up. And I think it's been covered from Councillor Coburn. Do you see any productivity possibilities with the GPS monitoring and in perhaps some productivity advantages we could receive as a side benefit of the sustainability action that had happened that Mr. Jackson mentioned?
Yes, so the use of technology is certainly going to enable us to sweat the assets better. We know where the assets are, where they're going. That also helps with a bit of safety as well. So the opportunities there are multi-pronged, and I think we'll be looking to exploit those further. GPS in vehicles is just one tool that helps us know where the vehicles are, know how much they're doing, know it's a better way of enabling the maintenance. So a whole series of wins there, but there are also a series of other wins from productivity that we need to look into. So, for example, one of the outcomes as a result of the staff survey was significant dissatisfaction with the systems that we operate from an IT perspective and the way they talk to one another. So a series of really good best of breed solutions, but they don't communicate well with productivity.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. I'm just going to let councillors know that with your comments after speeches, because they're dragging this out, you're essentially allowing yourself between 10 and 20 minutes to be particularly focused on emotion. It's not exactly equitable for all the councillors in the chamber, given that we have about 10 items on today's agenda in only a short amount of time. So if you are making considerable comment, I will take it as a speech. And so I'm just letting you know that, but continue, Councillor Pakes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Are there any further questions on this report? No. Is there any speeches or speakers against? Would you like to speak for, Councillor Pakes?
I'd like to speak. Do I need to nominate for or against? I'm on both sides of the fence with this one.
You do need to.
I'd say against them. As a councillor, it's my job to provide value for my community and services and so on. And I do have significant caution to produce a budget and say that you're going to deliver X amount and not deliver it. And that was the reason for my asking for the previous numbers, seeing what they are, and then seeing the differences in the two numbers, whether it be the actuals of what the budgets have been. And now I take that the last quarter of the financial year was very difficult with weather, but the last 5 years have been very difficult with weather we've had. And to the CEO's absolute discretion, he has said, well, we're basically going to have a disaster every year. So I am cautious of being over optimistic with service delivery, and what we can deliver versus what we actually deliver needs to be closely aligned, in my opinion. One, because that gives us credibility as councillors, and it gives us credibility in the community, and it gives us credibility as an organisation. And that's important because we need to gain trust of people, and if the people trust us, they will be happy for the decisions we make. And yeah, so I'm cautious to be over optimistic on the service delivery. Yes, I get there's rollovers, but we need to, if we're going to be having a very ambitious amount of service delivery, we need to look at how we're doing our how we do business. And Mr. Medal's undertakings around using extra contractors and being able to deliver things out of house, I don't see any other way, unless we're going to really seriously look at productivity. Now, productivity is something that's I believe in 2018, there was a productivity report in the local government, and that's the last productivity report to my knowledge. At the moment, we've got the federal government at a roundtable. We're talking about productivity. What does Kempsey Shire Council do about productivity currently? And that's probably the biggest one. And I'm not, as an employee, productivity is 10% your job. But if you employ specific machinery, mechanical advantages, that can be up to 30%, but also management practice can be 50% efficiency. So it's not really about employees worrying about having to do more. It's about being smarter about how we run our business. And yeah, it's technology. It may be a rotator hitch on an excavator. It may be a multiple use machine, like there's an Italian machine that does, excavator, bobcat, and a lifter as well. And maybe, Wes might be looking at something that's just not anywhere else, but we might be the first ones to do it. It might be the way we run our staff crews. It may be reducing staff crew sizes, maybe an assess group versus an actual construction group. There's other ways to do business. Is it the best way possible? In my experience in business, you're always changing. And I can tell you the last 5 years has meant you had to change because the margins are not there. So all the contractors we're engaging with, their margins are reduced. You've got to understand that they are looking at ways to run their businesses differently as well. I don't think we're any different in business. We do need to look at different ways to run our business. Yes, I get the financial sustainability report is some steps towards it, but it's been reduced. There's lots of things that aren't in there that were previously, and I don't think they've actually fully been used to create efficiency. So yeah, that's been a focus for mine for a long time, and I'll continue along that line. I would hope that my fellow councillors see the benefit of it. I'm not sure it's something that's common in local government in New South Wales, but we don't need to watch someone else do it. We can do it ourselves. We've got good people. We've got excellent people, including all the people in this room, but absolutely all the people on the ground as well. They are good people. I work side by side with them in the floods. I know that they enjoy being productive. They enjoy getting things done. They're happier when they're productive. So productivity is my next focus. I think from these numbers, a productivity focus going forward is something that I'd like to see what that looks like. I don't have all the answers, but I'd like a team of people going towards productivity.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Is there any speakers for the motion? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I want to commend the author for such a thorough report to Council and the community. Madam Mayor, I want to speak more positive about this report and our staff. I do believe that they are, well-intentioned, they are thorough, and they are working for the community. So, Madam Mayor, with this report itself, I think we should accept it and say thank you for the efforts they have done in creating our community. So, Madam Mayor, I think we should be wholeheartedly accepting the report and moving forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Are there any speakers against? There are no speakers against. Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Maringbu, Madam Mayor, I would. Thank you. It's been really interesting discussion today, and I think I've made some notes. So I'd like to talk about waste services and the increased cost there. With transporting and the opening of the new cell 4, and the pressure that's put on waste services when responding to natural disasters driven by climate variability. And I think that for me, that's saying the message to me is that we need to have a really good look at developing strategies for the circular economy and reducing the amount of waste that gets produced. I understand that we have an interest, it's interesting, like people find it difficult to get their head around how come our consolidated revenue is showing a profit and a positive, but our operational revenue is low, and we need to put in the rate variation in order to meet our operational expenses. Well, water and sewer have been ongoing preparing and being creating a surplus because we've got a major infrastructure delivery program coming up. Part of that is required by the EPA because we've got aging infrastructure that hasn't been addressed for many, many years. And in order for the health and safety of our community, we have to invest money in it. I'm cognizant of the financial assistance grants from the federal government. Originally, when they first came in, they were 2% of Commonwealth tax revenue. 2%, then 1%, now 0.51%. There are various lobbying groups aiming to restore financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue, and that's through Local Government New South Wales, through the Australian Local Government Association, and through the country mayors, as Mayor Ring referred to at our last meeting. So there are people working towards. Now, if it was 1% instead of 0.5%, we'd be looking at 16 million a year instead of 8 million a year. We could actually have half a chance of delivering the services that the community wants without having to rely on a rate increase. I'm cognizant too of the what Councillor Pakes was speaking about. Do we under-promise? Do we over-promise? I mean, when at the beginning of a financial year, trying to develop a budget is like using past experience, definitely, but it's there are unexpected things that happen, particularly in this variable climate situation. So we had a briefing on Tuesday, on two briefings last week on Tuesday and Wednesday, and Mr. Muddle suggested that in order to increase, sorry, Mr. Meddle, my apologies. That might be my Kiwi accent confusing my vowels. My apologies there, Mr. Meddle. That one of the ways that we need to increase capacity is by increased investment in project management and the project management level. That costs money. I understand that, if we could say, oh, well, let's under-promise and then we won't have to, it won't cost so much money. But in order to deliver the services we need to deliver, we might have to invest more money in IT, in project management level staff. Asset management, I understand now the focus is on renewal rather than new assets. So we need to maintain the assets, predominantly roads that we've got, and move forward with that. So, for example, we're looking at the infrastructure, $43 million on infrastructure, commercial $11 million, $4.5 million on developing our fleet, $64 million on water and sewer projects. That's not just Crescent, it's Crescent Head, Willawarren, but absolutely essential as the central Kempsey, the West Kempsey upgrade. These are things that we have to do in order to provide the core services, healthy water, great sewer management, great waste management, and with 28 seconds to go, congratulations to Director Trotter and to Mr. Douglas for the fantastic work they've been doing and the rest of the team. Thank you very much. I commend this resolution to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? You're not going to dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We now move. That's the power of a good speech, everyone. You can change people's minds. We now move to item 10.3, which is carryover and revote budgets. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconder. Councillor Selby. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
I certainly don't have any pre-prepared comments, so I will keep it brief. But yes, I commend this to my colleagues. There's a litany of jobs that are awaiting completion, so it makes perfect sense to continue those. For those on the revote list, they are fairly small in number and of far less significant cost. So yeah, I commend these projects and infrastructure spending to my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Mr. Thorogood, just given the extent of the reports and what's happened in the last financial year, would you like to introduce this report to us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to present the carryover and revote budgets reports for 2024-25, which outlines the projects from the past financial year that require budgets to be carried forward into 25-26. At the outset, once again, I would like to acknowledge and thank Wayne Douglas and his team for their work in compiling this report. Their effort ensures that Council has a clear understanding of the commitments that remain outstanding from 2024-25 and how these will be managed in the year ahead. At the close of the financial year, while Council would always prefer to see all projects completed, it is not unusual for some to remain unfinished or yet to commence. This remains an ongoing focus area for Council as we continually look to minimise the volume of carryover and revotes. The executive leadership team has already taken action in this space, tightening parameters so that only grant-funded operating projects and capital projects are carried over and ensuring that their other operating projects are managed through reallocations in the quarterly budget review process. This approach helps reduce unnecessary strain on the 2025-26 budget while maintaining accountability and discipline in project delivery. Carryovers relate to projects that have started but not yet been completed, while revotes apply to projects not yet begun. This process allows Council to honour existing commitments and complete projects without placing additional strain on the adopted budget. This year, the total proposed for carryovers and revotes is $11.2 million, comprising $10.8 million in capital expenditure and $0.4 million in operating expenditure. These figures highlight that the bulk of the carryover relates to capital works. In fact, the carryovers and revotes will increase the 2025-26 capital program by $10.8 million, taking it from $128.6 million to $139.4 million, an increase of approximately 8%. Among the significant projects included are the Fleet Capital Program, major bridge and road works such as Dungay Creek Bridge and Armadale Road, as well as key infrastructure upgrades at the Crescent Head Sewer Treatment Plant and Willawarren Water Treatment Plant. Together, the top 20 projects account for nearly $10 million or 89% of the total carryover and revote budget. While it is important to ensure sufficient budgets are in place to complete these projects, I also note that high levels of carryovers and revotes can create additional pressure on staff, contribute to project backlogs, and highlight areas where planning and scheduling may need strengthening. These are matters that we will continue to monitor closely through the quarterly budget review process. In summary, the report seeks Council's approval to carry forward the unspent budgets from 2024-25 into 2025-26. This will enable continuity in project delivery, honour grant and funding agreements, and ensure that the community sees the benefit of projects already committed.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Do we have any questions on item 10.3? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. Just you've described carryovers as allocated but not completed. So I gather they have to continue, and the criteria is that you've used to determine that as only grants. So will those be, so those will be carried, it's a yes or no. So those will be carried over and they will reappear in the DP plan for this same financial year?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's not quite correct. On the capital side, we will carry over whether they are grant funded or not grant funded, because capital works that have already commenced obviously need to be completed. If we're undertaking asset replacement, and for instance, we've torn down an asset we're replacing, we need to put the new asset in place. So even where works are funded out of revenue for capital works that are not complete, they will be moved forward. On the operating side, that is where we've said if it is not a grant funded project, then we will not carry forward the operating budget into the following year. Instead, when we have those conversations with our leadership team through the quarterly budget review process, we will ask them to essentially state their case, look at the prioritisation of the workload in those departments, make sure that they have capacity to deliver those projects, et cetera, so forth. So there'll be there'll be a stringent process around how we do that.
Okay, radio, that makes sense from working on a 12-month process. So what happens to those that they've been identified either as a councillor resolution or in a strategic plan that has been approved by state government, or they are in a DP plan or a community, whatever, they're in a plan, but they're going to be carried over? How do you maintain continuity to make sure that those projects don't get lost in the ether?
Through you.
So what happens to them over time?
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, when those projects get moved over, their budget allocations move over, all these projects have work order numbers associated with them. We track their process. If they're capital projects and they're tracked through and they're part of the PMO system, then they're tracked through the monthly PMO reporting on the progress on those projects. If they're smaller projects that are not part of that, they'll be tracked within the business unit and they will be reported to ELT and the financials every month. And we'll have detailed conversations about those financials every quarter with those group managers.
Right, I'll copy that. And so those were the ones that are not being carried over. That's that process to maintaining continuity. Yep. I think in the papers it already says how that affects the business. And I guess the same thing for the revote ones. The ones that are, which revoting are those that aren't even started. Same question. What happens to them if they're not revoted? Do they stay in that same system so that you don't lose that continuity? Or do they just get dropped off completely, forget, never looked at again?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if a project was not to be revoted, then essentially it would not carry over into this year and there would be no further action in this year on that project. If it was a project that absolutely needed to be done, and most of them are in the program do absolutely need to be done, we'd incorporate that into future years planning when we plan the 26-27 budget and forward, and it would still push out the program, but a year later.
So just to confirm then, the ones that are not approved to be revoted, they don't go anywhere. That's it. That's the end of the line for them.
For now, correct.
How do you maintain a paperwork trail or record keeping trail of that? I mean, for example, let's say that it's a strategy, a program linked to one of the strategies. Yeah, we don't have the funding for that 2-for-1 delivery, but it's all been approved. We've decided to not revote it, so it drops off, but it shouldn't drop off. How do you maintain that continuity?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So in that particular case where you're talking about something which is backed by a strategy, we have a system that tracks all of the actions in all of the strategies, and that's what staff use when they are prioritising projects for future DPs and future OPs. So if they were high priority actions under that strategy, then when we are planning future implementation of actions out of that strategy, they would still be at the top of the pile for implementation.
Because I could sort of see that using that methodology, then the ones that don't get revoted and just get dropped off any planning are sort of like, if we had the money, we'd like to do these, but they're not tied to any strategic plan, not tied to any commitment. They're just something that we would like to do, but it's a wish list and they're bottom of the criteria. They just get dropped off.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I'd say, there's nothing in the program that we recommend to you that is not part of a plan or a strategy somewhere. So all of the works that are in our programs are part of some overarching plan or strategy or program of some kind. So like I said, they won't drop off forever. They'll drop off for this year because they're not in the budget and we haven't been allocated the resourcing by council to be able to progress those initiatives. But no doubt they were in the plan because they were high priority actions. The only thing that might change that, sometimes we do pick actions which are aligned with, say, state priorities and grant funding programs that are available and things like that. If those programs dried up, then those things might not rate as high on the priority order when we're looking at them in the future. If we had to fully fund them ourselves, and different things would be higher in that priority order. But the things that we recommend in any given year would be the things that we determine are the highest priority. As for that filter sort of that you're talking about, we wouldn't recommend to council to move forward a project as a carryover or a revote if it wasn't a priority. So the list that you're seeing here that is being reported to council are the things which have already been vetted by both the senior and executive leadership teams as being priorities and needing to be revoted or carried over.
Thank you. I'm going to listen to that answer back on the tape. That's the answer that I was looking for, actually, is that they don't really disappear because you've already gone through a prioritising process. So that's the answer that I was looking for. Thanks for that. Very comprehensive.
Councillor Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. Do you want to go or what? You can come back to me. I've got a few more. That's fine.
I've only got 2 questions anyway. First question is, which carryovers have milestone risks and what's the mitigation plan out of the 20?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's something that I'd probably either need to ask my colleagues to respond to for projects in their portfolio or take on notice. We do manage quite a large number of these projects are grant funded. Many of them we may be able to move forward without necessarily having any risk to milestones or so on. They were purely part of how we scheduled the works, and those works are delayed, and quite often we have a window for delivery of those works. No doubt there are some projects amongst these that probably do have some risks to milestones. We work closely with grant funding bodies generally around those to seek extensions early where we're able to identify that those projects are at risk. We have relatively good relationships with all of those grant funding bodies. I'm not aware of any project on this list that has any significant risk around milestones, but if any of my colleagues have different information, I'm happy for them to share it.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, I guess. So the bridges and Armadale Road, Tozer Road, etc., they're all disaster recovery works, and we've got a good working relationship with those bodies. Obviously, as disasters hit and various things occur, we're always looking at those timeframes. So as those projects progress, at this point in time, we've got dates and key milestones all renegotiated and in place to suit the current programs. And I think, yeah, some of the other ones near the bottom of the list are our own works, not specifically tied to any grant funding.
Amazing. And the second question is, how will we communicate deferrals transparently to affected communities with the projects that are listed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can speak to it at a broad level. Definitely, obviously, off the back of this report, that starts that process. We'll have a council meeting wrap up, which will go out in the media, which will talk about carryovers and revotes. They'll also be included in our quarterly reporting as we move forward. But the key thing when you're starting to talk about those people directly affected by the project probably relates to the project comms, and that's really on a project by project basis. So once again, I don't know whether Michael or Mr. Jackson or Trotter would like to contribute to that, but we certainly do have communications plans for these projects to engage with those people that are directly infected by them.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, anything on a specific project will have its own comms plan, and residents will be updated as that goes along. So,
Councillor White.
Thank you. I've just got some questions. 6-ish questions. No, I'm not very good at maths. 7 questions on the attachment. And there's just only on the general fund ones. I'm not going to ask questions on the sewer and water. I know there's a lot of there's a lot of points there on floods and mitigation and roads. So I'm not going to ask questions on that too, except for W6185 Back Creek to Point Brenner. Where is this? Is it a road? Is it?
Back Creek to Point Bryner is the pedestrian walkway. We're undertaking a bridge replacement on that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not entirely certain if that's the number you're referring to.
Yeah. I don't know what that was. Is it at the pilot station there? Okay. I thought it was a typo for Point Plumber. Yeah. That's all right. I didn't know where it was. There's a few Back Creeks. I actually thought it was a typo for something else. Sorry. W6385, the planning cadet. I'm guessing that's an employee, and that figure is $600,000. Is that for X amount of years, like wages for X amount of years? Does it include HEX fees and uni fees?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's $654.
Dollars, not thousands.
Dollars.
Oh,
dollars, yeah.
okay.
And it's just carrying over
that's okay.
a rounding error
I
between
thought it was
payments. Yeah, and it's a grant, so we just push it across.
Do you have a planning cadet?
We had 2 planning cadets, yes.
Right.
Now termed planning officers.
Good. Yeah. Just a side question. Council cadets, apprentices and trainees, do they have full-time roles when they've completed their quals?
Through you, Madam Mayor. That depends on the particular program. So some programs we bring in trainees, cadets, apprentices and the likes that have a pathway that matriculates through to a full-time employment position. Others do not, and they're a rotating program where we bring in trainees each year or each couple of years and then they move on and we find others. So it does depend on the program. Quite often those ones that do not have a pathway do manage to find other employment inside the organisation by the time they finish their qualification, or within industry outside of council. But it depends on the particular program whether they do or they do not. There is a particular driver from the New South Wales government at the moment. We have a record level of funding for apprenticeships and traineeships within local government. Given the scope and scale of that program, for instance, we will not have full-time positions available for all of the people who come through that program at the other end of it. But hopefully they find full-time positions within this organisation or within other councils or other employers by the time they finish their qualification.
Yeah, thanks for that. As a side issue, yes, I was aware that there's a big push for that, but I think it is concerning that there's no permanent job for them at the end, in some cases. The library one, W6349, not in hundreds of thousands now. Should open my eyes, read better. The Kempsey Library, what does that entail? So just improvements to that. Library's a great space, I love it. Oh, I've got it open.
15,000 towards library capital expenditure. I think that might be more linked to South West Rocks Library capital expenditure and the refurbishment that we've got proposed this year. So we'd ask for some minor capital funding from a central fund towards fixtures, furnishings and so on.
So that South West Rocks not here. Okay, thanks. The Smith Street pavers, W6523. It says stage 4 rather. Where is stage 4? What is stage 4? And is that part of the original program or part of the replacement program where we're sort of redoing the pavers at the moment because they were not successful the first time around? So is it part of the original or part of the replacement, and where is it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the Smith Street pavers essentially has been broken up into stages, being the main sections of broad scale, sort of, I don't know what you call it, parallel to the street pavers, and then the various breakout areas and corner sections where there's more complexity around trees, etc. So it's those areas that are being done as the later stages of the project, and it is the replacement of the paving that was failing previously.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to add to that, your question about the phase 4. Phase 4 is actually the 4th phase of that LRCIP funding. So that refers to which funding round we were successful in receiving funding in, not which phase of our project it is.
And just 2 questions about what projects are. 7038, what is Kempsey Creative Spaces? And 980, what is technology? Well, that one first. What is Kempsey Creative Spaces? Sounds cool.
I'd need to take on notice precisely which project the Creative Spaces funding was applied to. That funding was applied to, and actually it's a negative adjustment anyway, so that will be actually bringing forward expenditure that has already been incurred. But the Creative Spaces, I'll need to take on notice precisely where that funding is being applied. If your second one was regarding the technology replacement, I think, so that is, we have a major technology refresh every 5 years on our back end. Sorry, no, that laptops and so on's happening in every single year. Our back end servers and our networking equipment and so on is on a 5-yearly refresh cycle, and that is the completion of our current 5-yearly refresh in this financial year.
And just to confirm, yes, these are grant funded projects to be moved into this financial year and are to be delivered.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions? Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I asked a question regarding the Glenrock levy and the status of that works. The response I received was around, I'll just let the General Manager or Director speak to that. It's 5811, W5811, 285,000. And the basis of my question was that, they've was under the understanding that works had been completed or very near.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. I believe that project is wrapping up, so that could be carryover just across the financial year, or it could be unspent funds that need to be returned to the funding body. So essentially, it just needs to be clarified exactly what's required. There might be some minor work still to be completed and wrapped up. and that could be invoicing that, you know, could already be in by now, but this is at 30 June. So that's where that sits.
And just to follow up from that, so budgetary, so we spend another 85,000, there's 200,000 sitting there. That money goes directly back to the funding body. What would occur with that?
Yeah, all the these AGRN codes, that's actually the disaster code that the money relates to. And so the funding body is tracking, and we are tracking each expenditure against that project and that approval. And yes, any unspent funds are returned to the funding body. Our usual practice and encouraged by the funding bodies is to have a reasonable contingency on there, so that we don't end up out of pocket. So it's not unusual to have unspent funds on a grant funded project, and yeah, we do have to return those.
And another supplementary to that, so given a project in, you know, it's in the floodway, it's in a place that's been smashed a few times by multiple flooding events, say we've done that work and we receive the natural disaster and there's, you know, remediation required, are we allowed to use that money to remediate the project because it's already started, the work's occurred, and there's been some slight damage from, you know, naturally occurring things during the project phase?
Through you, Madam Mayor, essentially it becomes a new claim if something's damaged. If the works are already in train and hadn't yet been completed, we certainly work through that with the funding body. But if the works had been declared complete and it was then damaged in a subsequent event, it's even to the point where if we haven't even fixed it the first time and it gets damaged in a second event, it's a second claim as well. So we really do have to go through the process and get it assessed, particularly for those EPAR works, which is the final phase for a full fix, as opposed to emergency works or you know, short-term rectification works, those other two categories of works.
Thank you, that's great. Levy bank remediation grants. Now, there's significant lines for Smithtown, and I believe, is the Hat Head Works part of the Public Works section of that as well? And just probably an explanation to the community on who's delivering that works, you know, what the timeframes are. You've given me the information, but yeah, could you put that information to the community?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So Public Works undertook an audit and actually secured the funding for various levy works. What they're doing, the process they're undertaking, is they have undertaken to progress that work through the design phase and preparation of documentation. And at that point, in consultation with council, we'll be given the opportunity if we would like to deliver that to the plans, etc., that they've prepared, or if they would like to, if we would prefer that Public Works deliver that work. Given the scale of our capital program, obviously we can't take on everything. They've developed these packages, and we'll certainly be considering, you know, what our resourcing's like at the time that they are completed. They've made various undertakings about the timeframes to get this design work done, but obviously getting the design work done, the approvals done, etc., is a fairly commonly slow process. So yeah, we'd be looking to see their design work coming through early next year, and then making a decision as to whether we have the resourcing to go forward or if they will deliver it on our behalf.
And just to be clear on that, so we don't have any idea what the design is and what is actually going to be implemented. It's really an unknown at the moment, but it's $8.41 million worth of remediation work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, essentially they've produced some conceptual design work and costings in order to secure the grant funding in the first place. That has been shared with us. Obviously, being a levy-based work, it involves rectifying levies, and yeah, they'll now be working through the details of that, and we will see the details as we go. We are a stakeholder, obviously, in the work, so we'll be across that design process as it progresses. We won't just get it at the end of the process as a shock.
And just follow up, so is Hat Head part of that, or is it only Smithtown as part of the Public Works section?
I'll need to take that on notice. I don't have that information to hand.
So it's W6695 through to 98, Hat Head Village levy remediation. All the numbers are in DM. They're DM numbers and AGRN numbers. So I imagine it would, and it's the same number actually. If it's the same number, you'd think it's the same works.
I'll need to confirm that for you, Councillor.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
Councillor Bain.
Maringu, Madam Mayor. Now, this is a question that's arisen in my mind since listening to Councillor Wyatt's question, so that I haven't given any notice of this, so if it needs to be taken on notice, I understand. But my understanding had always been that the way that resolutions of council, and i.e. the body of work moving forward, was contained in the action register. And I note that in March 25, the action register changed from like a 30 to 40 page document to a 2-page summary, which has much less information, but a bit of colour coding. I particularly note, because I've been approached by a resident ratepayer about the Green Hill Lookout concept, which was passed by council resolution on the 27th of June 2023. I also note that only it didn't say to be included in the 24-25 operational plan. It said to consider inclusion. So then that fell off after August 23 and hasn't come back up at all. So that's sort of now, I'm guessing that's now off the books altogether. And just why the change from March 25 of the status report being from quite a detailed report to a very to a 2-page summary.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's 2 questions in there. So Mr. Jackson can probably address the question about the lookout. I can address the question regarding the change to the action register. That was an effort to make the action register actually, I guess, more user-friendly for the purposes of most people that use it, and to decrease the significant amount of effort that went into editing, vetting and rewriting a bunch of the comments which appeared on the previous ones. But we had feedback from people. You'll notice if you look at the size of the full report, and ELT actually discussed this earlier this week, there are a number of very lengthy comments on early items that go for pages and pages and pages and pages that cause that report to keep growing larger and larger and larger, and some of those don't have any prospects of necessarily being closed out anytime soon, and will continue to do that. So what we had a look at was that what most people are interested in is what's new, what's ongoing, what's been completed. So we've started reporting that publicly rather than reporting all of the commentary placed on there by staff. That means that those comments are now only need to be appropriate for an internal audience. We don't need to vet them for public publication. It means the report is much easier for people to read and consume. I'll pass over to Mr. Jackson to speak to the lookout.
Thank you. I was going to say through you, Madam Mayor, but thank you, Mr. Thorogood. And Matt, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the Green Hill Lookout was certainly considered, given that the resourcing challenges we've had, and certainly some ongoing projects being the Horseshoe Bay and Crescent Head foreshore areas, significant projects with a lot of public consultation going on. We wouldn't be able to do them justice in this financial year, so they were omitted from this financial year. They certainly haven't been forgotten and are on the list for inclusion in the future years. To do that project justice will be a really terrific project to get into, and staff are very keen, but we need to scope that out and do a good job on it rather than just trying to ram it in this year when our resources are pushing very much towards resolving Crescent Head and getting into detailed design work and delivery on those projects first. So it's merely a resource issue in that respect.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. I'll go to you, Councillor Pakes, but just in the interest of time, it's worth noting we still have 8 items on the agenda. We're on item number 3, and so we just need to be moving in pace. Otherwise, we won't get through today's business paper. Councillor Pakes.
I asked a question last week around the carryover revote. What didn't get included in the carryover revote? And I note that one of them was planning for the Horseshoe Bay Master Plan, 14 of a figure. I won't. It's been provided. Does that not fit into our into a somewhere else like that? Wouldn't that be an essential for stepping forward on that?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Jackson might have more to contribute to this. Some of those operating projects are going to have budgets across multiple years anyway, so there would have been an amount of budget in last year to deliver some of these projects, an amount in this year, and perhaps an amount in future years. So where they're operational projects, what we have said is if you haven't spent all the money in the previous year, we're not just going to allow you to roll that forward into the next year and have more money in the next year. You are going to need to come to the executive at the end of Q1 and justify why it is that you actually need that money to be carried forward. If there's a good justification for that, and part of that question is how do you resource it, then that will be included in the first quarterly budget review. So in the cases of operational projects like that, it's not necessarily that those projects do not get done because they have not been carried over and revoted. It's just that you don't get additional budget in this year automatically. There'll be a process that you'll need to go through to justify that budget allocation.
Thank you. And my last question is around capacity to deliver. Group Manager Reeves gave an excellent explanation of it, but to put it on the public record, I'd really like the community to know how this council will deliver the largest capital expenditure in history for the council. So I'd just like an answer from Mr. Medal in regarding to how that will occur and what partnerships, what changes in practice, what can the community expect to see for the delivery of a very ambitious target.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So as per my earlier question around productivity, the clear link here is around our preparedness to enter early engagement and procurement, which has meant that we've started this year much further along the path than previous years, for which I commend Mr. Reeves and his team. So contracts are in place or are being entered into for a significant element of the capital programme, and I'm going to exclude water and sewer from this at this stage. So that means that some of the risk of those projects is outsourced to the private sector, so local contractors delivering in our shire and us seeing the recycling of that funding through our community. So that's one element. That means that we have to be skilled in not just project management, but also contract management. In-house, the rump of what is left in the capital programme after those big ticket items have been outsourced means that we have a capital programme that is smaller for in-house delivery than previous years. Mr. Reeves is really clear that he is confident in the ability of the team to deliver in-house a capital programme of that size. Separately, we've got a significant expenditure in the water and sewer space, and members have had a briefing from Mr. Trotter on that. I am very confident in the ability of that whole scheme to be delivered in time. There will be some flexing in the figures that members have seen, and there will be a change, I suspect, from the current headline figure to a smaller one for some of those water and sewer projects, but they are all progressing. It's just that elements within them have got some procurement challenges or some consent challenges that we're working through. But again, really effective leadership and program management in that space, that's going to enable us to deliver those intergenerational opportunities for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Do you have a further question, Councillor Pakes?
I would ask indulgence to make a comment on those, on Mr. Medal's.
We haven't had speeches yet, so you can make your speech.
Copy.
Are there any further questions?
I just have one quick question. Just in regards to, and they're only very small amounts, but we have the Macleay Valley Seniors Festival, the Tech Savvy. There's been a few International Day of People with a Disability, Youth Week, where there are rollover amounts in that. I'm assuming that there's been weather delays, or is there specific reasons why each of those have been delayed, or is that just a carryover figure that will just be given back because most of them are grant funded? Thanks.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, all of those programs that you mentioned are all grant funded and have all seen delays due to weather. So therefore, yeah, the grant funding bodies are allowing us to carry those events forward to deliver those things at a later date.
So just a further question to that, things like the Youth Festival, for example, sorry, let's use the International Day of People with a Disability. That's a yearly thing that council supports, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is generally a yearly event that council supports.
Okay, so this year will just be a bit juicier, will it?
Depending, sorry, once again through you, Madam Mayor, depending on the specific circumstances with the event, some of those events may be rescheduled. So there might be two events closer together. It may, or some of them may have a larger event, or some of them may have other ways of delivering services that I guess are a little bit more creative is probably not the right way to put it, but if we can't hold the event, there may be outreach or things we do in other spaces, teaming up with supporting other entities in the community to deliver something with some of those funds too, depending on the specific restrictions and requirements of the funding body.
All right, we've had questions. Councillor Pakes, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll keep it very brief, but I'd just like to show massive appreciation for the directors responsible for getting these contracts in place for the works to occur. Massive amounts of work, and particularly Director Trotter and Group Manager Mr. Reeves. I know how passionate he is, both the gentlemen are, about making projects occur. And I really hope that contractors in the valley who are associated to these projects hear the story of the infrastructure builds and get on board and engage with council to become service deliverers, because there's work there. There's work for contractors in our valley to do work on these projects, and if you register and get yourself organised and involved, you're going to get work. That's my hope. That's my hope. That's not obviously an official council position, but I can tell you, if you're not on there, you won't get the work. So yeah, I really encourage local people to be involved, because that's about getting the job done. And yeah, there's nothing better than getting the job done. So well done to the directors involved.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Matchett, would you like to close debate?
Yep. I thank my fellow councillors for their questions and the ELT for their detailed responses, and I commend this motion to the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.4, which is the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference 2025.
Madam Mayor.
Mover, Councillor Saul. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Pake. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the motion of a slight alteration.
You have
in point 2, the alteration is determines that the Mayor, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Matchett will be the voting delegates. Otherwise, it's the same.
And would you still second that? No. Do you need a seconder? Councillor Wyatt, you may now speak to your motion, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it's important that we share the role around. It's important that we all get experience. And I think now with Councillor Lawrence in her situation, this conference would do her even more in her education. I know Councillor Matchett is very keen to go as well. So I'd like to see those two younger stars coming along and given support and given some education. So I imagine, we should be trying to help each other, and that's what we should be trying to do. So that's my thoughts anyway, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wyatt?
I have an amendment as well.
Sure, amendment?
I have two, actually. First amendment is, and I'm not sure where this process goes, but I will just say that council or councillors bring to the September meeting notices of motion to be approved by council and to be submitted by council at the LGA conference.
Mr. Thorogood?
Where does that occur, actually?
Sorry. So
why is that not here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we usually put that up to the September meeting right before they close. So what I would suggest is we would have been reaching out to councillors for proposals for notice of motion over the coming month to be passed to the General Manager prior to the September meeting, so that a staff report will generally go up on that.
Yeah, so they need to be approved at the September meeting in order to make that cutoff.
Yeah.
So no
You
point
don't,
putting it there?
no, you don't necessarily need to
Okay,
make
just
an amendment.
councillors be aware.
Yep.
Have to have it done by September. And I raised this before in last term of council, I think. I say that number 2 determines that either the mayor or deputy mayor plus 2 other councillors chosen by council are voting delegates. And may I speak to the reason why I put that? Pardon?
You can,
Madam Mayor, with respect,
Yes, I've got.
unless I'm wrong, I only thought we had 3 voting delegates overall.
It is 3. It says mayor or
Oh.
deputy.
all right.
Roger.
So she can move.
Yep, Dean doesn't accept your amendment, so do you have a seconder?
It's not Dean that it's not Dean that put it up. It was Ben.
With respect, I apologise. I actually thought you were making 4 delegates.
No.
That was how it sounded, so it's not. So obviously, that's fine if the mayor can't attend. Well, but imagine that it's fine. But just I apologise. I thought it was 4 delegates, and that's why obviously we'd be out of order. That's why.
Am I allowed to speak to it or not?
We're only allowed 3 delegates to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
vote at the conference.
Yeah.
You need a seconder before you can speak to it, I believe. Councillor Pake's second, you may speak to it.
All I wanted to say is that I put it up last time. I would like either the mayor or the deputy mayor as 1 plus 2 other councillors, and I think it goes to what Councillor Saul was saying about giving everybody an opportunity. I think a mayor has a lot of spotlights and a lot of platforms where you can represent yourself extremely well, but you can also represent council extremely well in a lot of other platforms. I think some more than others have platforms to represent themselves and the council, and not everybody does. So that is why I am suggesting it's either the mayor or the deputy mayor as 1 plus 2 other councillors to give everyone a go in this term. I'm not disputing what Councillor Thal suggested. I'm actually making it bigger. So that's why. And then just my other comment is that in all the other years that I've been on council, Councillor Bain has done that brilliant spreadsheet, which I am very grateful for, and I hope that we can continue to do that. But that's why I put out the amendments is to actually spread it out. So we're giving 2 councillors that do not have a platform, and I can see I'm looking at a few that do not have a platform. You don't go to any other meetings. We don't go to Parliament. We don't go to Canberra. We don't go to anything else. This is a great opportunity to have ourselves recognised, both as an individual and for council, to see that there's diversity on council. And I really hope that is supported, because I think it's really fair. It's really fair that 2 other councillors and or the deputy mayor have a go.
Can I just say that as mayor, I do have statutory obligations by law to make representations on behalf of the council, and I just think that you under the Act, the role of mayor is very different between those 2. But and I understand the equity issue that you're raising, but that's just an understanding that I have a legal obligation to be the spokesperson of council as I've been elected.
100%. I'm absolutely unequivocally not denying that. 100% know that.
So question, Madam Mayor. I assume, if I may, unless you're unable to attend, you will be our voting delegate, and the other 2 if they're supported by council.
It has to be either today. It was in the mayor or deputy mayor. It can't say or. It has to be like an absolute.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the resolution needs to be unequivocal as to who the 3 people are. So leaving an or in the resolution does not specify how it's determined, whether it is the mayor or deputy mayor.
Well, then I would change that to say that. So we vote twice. No, we don't vote twice. Between the mayor and the deputy mayor, maybe you decide. Or we vote twice. No, I don't want to vote. Between the 2 of you, work out which one of you wants to be the voting delegate between the 2 of you and the other 2 councillors. And 100%, I am so not underestimating the role of the mayor. You do a brilliant job. You're everywhere. You're in Canberra, you're in Parliament, you're on the media. I'm so not questioning that. I am giving another 2 people an opportunity that do not have a platform to have a crack. That's all I'm asking. It's equity. That's what I'm asking for.
So, Madam Mayor, if you respect, I'd like to go back to my original amendment, a motion, sorry.
So procedurally, she's spoken, so we would put this one to a vote, but as it's been said, it can't be the mayor or deputy mayor, so we need a way forward in terms of point 2, which
Procedural motion, Madam Mayor. May I move that we go into committee of the whole to discuss this?
Second.
yep. Is there any dissent to going into committee? There is none. We're now in committee of a whole.
Could I just ask maybe a show of hands of, I mean, obviously I would love to go as a voting delegate, and I've been every single year in my term as the voting delegate. So I'm quite happy to give it up this year. You know, like I've got some things I would ask of the voting delegates. You know, I've got a couple of clear motions I would like to put up. One around the circular economy, one around opposing the withdrawal of funding to the Reconciliation Council, and that one of the voting delegates or the voting delegates as a group develop that spreadsheet so that every councillor has it. Like you're there, you voting delegates are there to represent us as a council, not your own personal or political points of view, as I've been very, very careful to do. So can we just start off with a show of hands of who would like to go as a voting delegate? Okay, thank you. That's very, very clear that we're going to have a robust discussion. So, you know, I think the best option is to go back to the original motion, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and one other. Then we give each person who wants to go. I mean, I think we need to recognise the mayor's regulatory role, recognise the position of the deputy mayor. I think that's really important. I think it would, and then one other. Okay, then where each person can talk about why they think they should be the representative. And then we get our 3 voting delegates. I think it's, you know, if someone wants to go along for the experience of being there and not being a voting delegate, that's, I mean, everyone's had a crack at that, and it is expensive, but hey, it's, you know, it's good professional development and networking. It's a really, really useful and engaging experience being at conference. You know, I'd love to be there, and but you know, I suck it up. It's okay. I can live without it. But yeah, so those, you know, I would consider that we go back to the original motion, and it still gives Councillor Coburn, Mayor Ring, and one other an opportunity, and then next year we look at, you know, maybe someone that hasn't been. Yeah, okay, that's my thoughts. Any other thoughts?
Councillor Saul and Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The point is, 2 points there. One, council may decide after September not to have a deputy mayor. So it's then almost not going to happen. And the second part is, if we have a change of deputy mayor, well then, if one is given, it could be somebody else. So I think we've been too prescriptive. We just need to go back to the original motion, give our younger people a go, and I think it's the way to go forward.
Councillor Wyatt.
Just on Councillor Bain's methodology there, there's only 3 more conferences. So if there's only one councillor that can be a voting delegate, that's only 3 out of 6 that get an opportunity. So it's, I mean, I'm just in it for equity, and I would support Councillor Matchett 100%. I support you too, Councillor Lawrence, but I do feel that you have a wonderful platform with the I'm not sure what it's called, the group that you are with. So I'm a bit torn there, and I would support either probably Councillor Pakes as well this year, and maybe the following years switch it up. But in terms of equity, look, yeah, and giving diverse people a go. And if it's just one, there's only 3. Unless we could do it now, we could vote now for the who's going to go this year, who's going to go next year, who's going to go the following year. I would share, but I would support Councillor Matchett going.
Councillor Pakes.
I absolutely enjoyed the previous year's conference and found massive frustration sitting there listening to some of the debate from inner city councils about how country councils should be doing X, Y, Z, and you know, that's the way the world is. We are in a completely different geographic area, completely different needs to a lot of the city councils. And to sit there and have to listen to that last year without any vote, no voice, no recall to say anything to it. And like, I just felt like getting up, but then I realised I wasn't allowed to speak because the other. Now, for me in this chamber and how much I speak up for my community, that's exactly the reason I want to go, because I think productivity should be on the platform for at the state. Obviously at the federal level, it's got to come to the state, and then it's going to come to us. So let's get on the front foot for that one. We've got all the same needs. This 1%'s really got to be hammered home. There's a couple of really strong topics there that I'd love to speak on. I'd love to represent our community on, and I think having a diverse, not only I think the way we were voted into this chamber. You know, I wasn't on a ticket with anyone. I was an independent, and I absolutely remain and am independent. I represent the community on a beliefs-based position, and that's also another positive to having people turning up to these forums, offering absolutely authentic, with no political bias towards where you're going. You're just being authentic to your community. So that is absolutely the reason I would put my hand up. And obviously, I've got a business position, so I'm been in business for many years, and I speak to lots and lots of businesses in this area, and I believe I would represent them. And I speak to them day in, day out. I hear lots of their positions, so I believe I'm a sounding board to who they are and what their problems are. So yeah, that's absolutely passionate about it. Want to have a crack. So give me a go.
Do we have any thoughts or reflections on who wants to go as a delegate and just a way forward? Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, I would support the mayor, the deputy mayor, and Councillor Pakes. Okay, that gives us a little bit of gender diversity, and it gives us a range of backgrounds. As a way forward, could we do well, we'd start off maybe doing a straw poll on which resolution we adopt, and then a straw poll on who the 1, 2 voting delegates are.
Do you want to speak before that, Councillor Lawrence?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, obviously it's a great opportunity to be a voting delegate. I would have loved to do it this year, but I'm open to do it next year. So either way, it doesn't matter to me. However, yeah, with the comment Councillor Wyatt had mentioned about, that's fine. I don't need to have that support this year, but yeah, I'm happy to be open for next year with the advisory group as well. I think it's another sort of layer to being a voting delegate, like being on that group. So I think it's more of a positive thing if I was a voting delegate, you know, even though I am representing, you know, us in that group as well. I have already drawn up a few motions already. Yeah, and I've spoken to Councillor Bain about this as well, and I've already been advocating with ministers and stuff through emails. So thank you.
Councillor Bain?
Yeah, I would potentially then support Councillor Lawrence going as a non-voting delegate for a couple of reasons. One, because she has It's a really good opportunity to engage with the local government Aboriginal network, who Councillor Lawrence is a member of, and it's a really good opportunity for her to be out there networking and giving that First Nations perspective. Whether I'm just wondering how you might feel about that, Councillor Lawrence.
I think it's worth noting that in all three of the motions, point 3 is authorises the attendance of any councillors wishing to attend. So if you want to attend, no matter what motion we go with, you can attend as a non-voting delegate. So why don't we work off the 3 motions? So the first motion is the original motion in the business paper, which is authorises the attendance of the mayor and other delegates, determines the mayor and deputy mayor and one other councillor will be voting delegates, and authorises attendance. So that's the first motion. Show of hands who would like to go to that one.
Point of order, that's just got to change the.
Sorry, we're in committee of a whole and I'm taking a straw poll at the moment. So what we're doing is don't pay attention to the screen, just listen to me. So if you look in your business paper in front of you, the original motion is, as I said, with point 2 being that the mayor, deputy mayor and one other councillor will be voting delegates. Who would like to go back to that motion? There's just one for that. So 2, 3, 4. All right, that's 4. Point 2 would be the motion that Councillor Saul moved, which would be myself, Councillor Matchett, Councillor Lawrence attending the conference. Show of hands who would like to have that one. That's 4. And then Alex is going with her point 1, which is on the screen. So we do not have a consensus on an item. So after a little bit of, we might have to have a little bit further discussion between 1 and 2.
It seems to me that it's up to Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry, So what we're going to do, it's either up to you, Councillor Wyatt, or we can now figure out just who we want to go to the conference, and then we can and then we can foreshadow an amendment to just resolve that when we come out.
I just lost I was going to ask a question. Oh yeah, do we have to have 3? Who says we have to have 3? Is that the requirement?
Yeah.
Of the conference?
Yeah. And if we get 3 votes, we want to take up those 3 votes.
Oh yeah. Sure.
So through you, Madam Mayor,
sure.
The number of votes that a council gets is dictated by the size of the population that it services. The larger the council, the more votes it gets. Kempsey Shire Council is 3.
You know, the advantage that I see is not so much to vote, because if we run through that Excel spreadsheet and we all do a consensus, then that's the vote. That's democracy. The benefit is to be able to ask questions. I was a voting delegate once when I was a brief deputy mayor. Loved being able to ask questions. That's the benefit. And then I think the second time I went to a conference, I had no idea that I wasn't allowed to speak. So I got up and spoke. I was told, no, I'm not allowed to. And I think I quickly got Arthur to say, read this. But it's the benefit of being able to ask questions. That's why, it's not so much to vote.
The benefit's actually to debate. Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I just have a question to Councillor Saul. You spoke of there being a potential vote to not have a deputy mayor. Where have you got that information from?
Well, I mean, we have an option every year to either have a deputy mayor or not have a deputy mayor. That's always been on the books.
Yeah. So if you had to vote between 1 and 2.
Yeah. So does that mean that it was 4 for one and 4 for the other? And I don't. That's not democratic. I don't think if I have that say.
I think we have a casting vote right now.
What are you going to do?
All right. So let's assume then. I'll help you out. Let's assume then. I am clearly in the minority for my own. All right, that's fine. So then it comes down to that one, or the one that Councillor Saul put up. I'll go with that one.
All right. So we're going to go with the mayor, deputy mayor, and one other councillor. So we'll have a vote now on, or a straw poll on the last councillor. So I can see.
Could we ask each councillor to explain why they believe we should vote for them? And I would like a commitment that they will work with me on the 2 notices of motion around the circular economy and because you need someone that knows what they're talking about when you get there and you're going to got to speak to it. You don't want someone that's going to get up in there and not know what the content of the notice of motion is.
It might get up with no debate, Arthur. Might just slide through.
A chance to be a fine thing with the I was going to say with the different political parties there. But yeah, a commitment to work with me on developing a circular economy notice of motion, to work potentially with Councillor Lawrence and I on the Reconciliation Council notice of motion, and a commitment to doing that spreadsheet so that we all get some representative democracy. Thank you.
Councillor Saul.
Just a question for the public and for councillors. Councillor Bain has these proposed motions. Does council have to actually adopt those motions before they're going further?
Yes, we do.
Well,
and they also have to be accepted by the committee, I believe.
That's
so
right.
just
So
because we put
just to
something forward
clarify for
doesn't
the
mean it'll
public
go
viewing
through.
that, yes. So what a wish list may not always go through.
Yep, correct. So Councillor Pakes and Councillor Lawrence have spoken why they would like to go to the conference. Would you like to tune in as well, Councillor Matchett?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, this would be an excellent opportunity for me as a first-term councillor. I got immense value out of last year's conference, and to be frank, I intend on attending this conference as either a voting or a non-voting delegate. I actually really appreciate Councillor Bain's spreadsheet last year, and that gave me a lot of confidence that we were going in and voting as a collective, not as individuals, and that's something that I would absolutely adhere to. I'm confident in articulating points. I'd be happy to work with Councillor Bain and Councillor Lawrence to advocate for those motions that are potentially going to be put up. But yeah, if not this year, I'd be very pleased to go next year. But yeah, I would really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I guess we're going to vote now on who we're going to send. Straw poll. Oh, Councillor Selby, do you want to be a delegate or a voting delegate, or do you just want to be a delegate?
No, I'll just be a delegate. I'll
Yep.
just make it a 3-horse race.
You only get to vote once. So we'll have a show of hands for Councillor Pakes. No, it's going to be a straw poll, and then we'll amend. Yeah. So Pakes has 4. Councillor Lawrence. This is so.
Voting or not?
And Councillor Matchett. You've already voted. You already voted. Well, it's 4 all.
So that now you just vote between those two.
Okay, now, so show of hands for Councillor Pakes now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Councillor Matchett. Is that 5? No, that's 5.
Okay, I can't count. Cool.
Back to go.
So when we come out, so when we come out process-wide, Councillor Wyatt will need to withdraw her amendment.
Yeah.
And another councillor will need to propose.
Right. We need a motion now to come out of committee. When we come out of committee, Councillor Wyatt, could you withdraw your amendment, and then we'll move a new amendment with the resolve straw polled councillors as a resolution. Are we happy with that? Right.
We go back into.
Yep. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Selby, we're now back. Oh, is there any dissent? None. I declare it carried. We're now back in council meeting. Councillor Wyatt, do you withdraw your amendment?
I do, thank you. Yes, I do.
Would someone like to move an alternative motion?
I propose
Amendment.
I propose we amend the current motion and go back to the original motion, being the mayor, the deputy mayor, and one other councillor.
Councillor will be Councillor Matchett.
And that councillor will be Councillor and Councillor Matchett. Yeah.
Perfect. Do you accept that, Councillor Saul?
I have to, Madam Mayor.
Right. Does anyone feel impassioned to speak on this, or are we happy to put it to a vote? And just to be clear, as I stated on point 3, if any councillors would like to attend as just a delegate, we're able to do that, and it's a nice opportunity actually for us to yeah.
May I speak now or not?
Do they need to?
I would prefer to find out which councillors intend, because accommodation is difficult to get and we'd like to secure both accommodation and the early bird rates.
Just a show of hands. Would you like to speak, Saul? Councillor Saul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I just want to again clarify my motives. I was hoping to have Annette and Councillor Lawrence and Matchett, but councils had decided otherwise, so we accept the decision. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. It is carried. We now move. Can we take a motion to extend past 1 p.m? Councillor Paik, seconded Councillor Selby. Is there any dissent? There is none. And council will now receive a question answer to an earlier question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, earlier I took a question on notice about the Creative Spaces grant that was in the revotes. That grant is actually a grant that was awarded to Kempsey Library, a total of $91,000 for IT upgrades, air conditioning, signage and outdoor furniture. The amount in the revote report is a minus 52,000. That is to say that we actually spent 52,000 of that in last year that we didn't expect to spend, so it's ahead of schedule. There is still about 40,000 remaining within the coming year to be expended on that project.
Thank you. We now move to item 11.1, which is notice of motion enforcement of car parking regulation at the beaches. Councillor Wyatt is the mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Selby, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
I would, please. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I do. Crescent Head, Southwest Rocks, I feel the community feels are at breaking point. Illegal parking and overnight camping on the streets, the car park, the reserves has become a persistent challenge that requires a more consistent management response. Residents have been raising these issues for years, yet inadequate enforcement has normalised the behaviour so that it is now entrenched. It's actually fueling community conflict and undermining safety. And it's really not fair and it's not equitable and it really shouldn't be able to continue. I mean, nothing says a family day out like dragging 4 kids and all your beach gear and your snacks through the golf course because you can't get a car park. Don't worry, if it looks full, plenty of people have now embraced the new let's just create our own space wherever we want, including in the middle of the road in some cases. And if you're looking for a disabled spot or somewhere to park your boat trailer, zero chance of that because the rules are for somebody else. Club has already taken care of those. And honestly, finding a legitimate car park in Crescent Head is starting to feel like an Olympic sport, except that the competitors are, not athletes. They're campers, van users, illegal car parkers, and the rest of us are just kind of spectators carrying kids and eskies and dogs. We just can't get a car park. Driving down for a quick swim or a coffee now means having to do laps around the streets like you're doing a theme park endurance race. I mean, signs are ignored, camping's unchecked, and the message is clear. The rules don't apply here. And it's become normalised so much that we might as well hang up a big neon sign that says park anywhere you want because rules are optional. Council has legislative responsibility and the powers to act, but the inability and the lack of capacity, I'd say more so the capacity to enforce the rules. And it feels like we've not just looked the other way, but it's just we've become a little bit complicit in this. This notice of motion, I feel, sets out a practical, enforceable and self-funded plan. It requires a step-up compliance, not just range of patrols, but more range of patrols, 7-day week, day and night, 40% increase in those patrols and targets and reporting. And I'm aware that it will cost both financially and on resources, and the NOM sort of ensures that revenue from the infringements can be reinvested directly back into compliance, making the program a bit more palatable, won't be financially sustainable 100%. I mean, councillors, the message from the community is really clear. Council needs to enforce these rules and restore order in these public places, the residential streets and the beaches. It's not about targeting visitors. It's about fairness and respect and protecting the amenity of those coastal towns and their reputation. And it's certainly not about penalising homelessness people, as was implied. I mean, ranger patrols can actually connect homeless people with services in Kempsey and Port Macquarie. And as for those that simply want to camp, there's 9 places down the Plymouth Road where you can camp. And I think the cheapest is $8 a night. Beachgoers are caught in this daily congestion and frustration and conflict because council can't enforce the rules, and the community has asked for leadership, and responsibility is to provide it. You know, I've been exploring a range of options since 2022. I had commitment from the previous CEO that patrols and a media campaign would be undertaken. I submitted 36 questions on notice, and I agreed to withhold those so that council could provide detailed briefings, which was done. They were really insightful, especially applying that information about the animal side of things. And I hear the message yesterday that it's a harsh norm. I acknowledge that it's a harsh norm, but I do want to thank council for their cooperation, particularly in Michael's team for providing that briefing. And I just want to acknowledge the efforts of ranger staff. I didn't mean it to be a criticism of them. Didn't mean so. I do apologise if I offended them. This is a systematic problem. It's not a staffing problem. I've done this job I've been a ranger as well, and I understand the scale of the challenge, and I understand the work health and safety of the challenge. In park situation, you have over 1 million visitors from Arakoon to Queen's Head, and compliance was immense. And I know that there are different award conditions between council and state government, but parks have turned it around, and I believe that we can too, with a planned approach, not just a one-stop shop, but a suite of tools in your arsenal to deal with it. The community that I'm representing have had enough. They've really had enough. And it's time to bring some real enforcement, because honestly, trying to find a car park at Crescent Head is like trying to win the lottery. Only it's not as fun, and there's a hell of a lot more, there's a lot more swearing. And councillors, I just ask you to stand with our community and support this notice.
Concerns about setting targets or quotas for issuing X amount of fines. Is that appropriate, or I don't know who I'm asking this question to, or is that possible?
Mr. Medal.
Through the Mayor, certainly where I've worked running major parking operations, it's illegal to set targets for compliance officers. I don't know about the specific New South Wales legislation yet. My concern is targets above what? So I had assumed when this NOM had arrived that councillors were quite clear on the number of activities that were already taking place, because I can't answer sat here today what a 40% increase looks like, or an 80% increase. We don't have those figures. So I don't know. I can't measure it today, but I might be able to measure it in the future. So I'm a 40% increase in 10 infringements issued last year is 14, and that's not going to bring in the revenue that's expected. Alternatively, 1,000 to 1,400 will bring a significant increase. So in terms of setting targets, is very prescriptive, and whilst I agree with the sentiment of this and have not experienced the parking chaos that certainly councillors Wyatt and Selby have alluded to in coastal towns, I'm not sure that that's going to be the best way of operationally dealing with the problem, particularly when it talks about a 7-day presence. We don't have a 7-day presence for rangering currently. We only have a 5-day presence during office hours, and only emergencies are staffed via out of hours call centre. I hope that helps.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I endorse everything that Alex has said. And as I don't think there's a person sitting in this room that hasn't been to Southwest Rocks or Crescent Head in the holiday period, especially. You just can't get a park. There's no way you get a park. We had them parking out at Southwest Rocks, just down from the children's playground on the grass. We've got fences there, but they're still disregarding it. And I think it really doesn't matter what happens, they're still going to do it. You get fined. Previous general manager said to me, oh, the tourists won't come back. They'll come back. They've been coming for years and they've got away with it. They're going to pay the fine and they'll most probably come back the following year and do the same thing. But we need to do something. We've sat on our hands too long. And I think the only way to rectify it is to go along with what we've got here in this norm. And I highly recommend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Selby, for you just spoke for the notice of motion. So thank you for that, Councillor Bain.
Yeah, just my question is clarification. All we are discussing right now is the preparation of a report with a financial impact statement that addresses operational expenditure. Isn't that what we're discussing right now? Just this resolution that's before us?
No, this was a question of clarification in the discussions following the public forum. So the recommendation before you, and this was where Alex and I had a bit of confusion. This is to deliver an action plan. To do
that's not what's before council today.
Prepare outlining council's action plan.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. My apology.
Yeah. So it's going beyond an information report and taking you into the action plan. I think that is. Can I clarify with you, Alex, that was what you were intending?
I was intending, yes, for council to prepare, like I said yesterday, this is a line between operations and strategy. And it's not my role to be operations. So I got advice from local government New South Wales about how to prepare this. And my intention was, for council to know that those 9 items there, and I do understand the targets, those 9 items there, they were the outcomes that I want. And then it's up to council to provide a plan of how it's going to increase or how it's going to address the enforcement of car parking regulations at the beaches. And then, so I don't think that we need to approve that plan once it comes. I'm saying that we're wanting you to provide a plan and do the work. I'm not saying that we need to approve the plan. Is that what you're saying, that we need to approve the plan when you bring it to us?
I think within the way that this is structured, as it reads, it does give you can interpret it as that it'll bring back a report of an action plan. It doesn't specifically say it's going to be implemented, but it does say an action plan. So it would, by that token, outline a whole suite of work that was going to happen, rather than say, based on the fact that, we have evidence of 1,000 parking infringements and we want to be able to police them and infringe fines and do whatever. Like we have a need to provide this. I think it's.
Can I say through you, Madam Mayor, I'll add to that it would be unlikely that council could deliver an action plan that it could deliver without requiring a change to our budget and to our operational plan. Both of those things require council approval. So staff themselves would likely be unable to approve the action plan that is being proposed by this notice of motion. And just a minor issue of governance, we don't need the minute taker to modify it right now, but where it says in point 1, the outcomes 1 to 9 as stated above, we will move the outcomes into the resolution for the minutes, because when somebody reads the action register or this gets tasked out, they will not have the section of text which is above down the track. So we will move outcomes 1 to 9 as dot points in the resolution.
Can I move to committee of the whole? Because I just need to discuss that. Or can I discuss it? Yeah.
Second, is there any dissent? There is none.
Want to discuss that piece then. So it's illegal to have targets around infringement, so it shouldn't be there. So then I'll have to amend that, which I've just sort of thought of an amendment. I'll leave 1 to,
Remove 5.
I'll where it says by 40% on each of those ones, I'll just delete that. So the outcomes become enforced parking, reduce overnight stays, affect behaviour change, increase compliance, 7-day, 24-hour, whatever, range of patrols, reduce the illegal car parking on streets. Do you know what I mean? So can you do that, or do you want me to do that?
So
Just get rid of the targets. If you want to put that in the amendment, reduce the target, get rid of the targets. And so the intent is those are those outcomes. And I completely, so then what would come to council would be a report which has, say, 10 things that you're going to do to deal with the compliance plus a dollar value, and we're approving the dollar value. I don't think that because it's operational that we need to approve the actions. I don't want to discuss it anymore. I'm happy to whatever actions you choose, bring to a plan. And then we're just approving the budget. Is that correct? I don't think we need to approve your plan.
Mr. Medal.
Only in so much that your norm presupposes that the solution is increased ranger patrols rather than a technological solution, which I'd also look to prosecute. I don't think, as long as you're happy for us not to restrict ourselves solely to rangering, then I think we might be able to find some other solutions that are more cost effective. I'm much happier with the norm without the targets in, and we can come up with an action plan for that.
Because if I would have written, and I'm interested if I go and have a look at other stuff that I've written, is if I had intended for council to approve it, I would have said and for council to approve. But I mean, yes, it's an interpretation issue, but I'm happy with that.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, could I suggest to simplify matters, could I suggest a potential amendment to that? Number 1 would just finish at in the coastal towns. So prepares a report for the October 25 meeting outlining council's a proposed action plan to implement a suite of management actions to enforce car parking regulations in the coastal towns, and just remove the bit about outcomes 1 to 9, because I mean they're there in the, it just simplifies it, and when it comes back as a report, we can see the financial impact, we can see what the operational expenditure is going to be, and potential revenue return.
I like that approach, Councillor Bain. I think in enforcing parking regulations, we also need to understand the wider impact that it's going to have on our shire, for not just the people living in Crescent Head, but for all of the residents accessing the beach. I'll go Councillor Lawrence, then Councillor Pakes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and also safety, obviously, as well in the community. It's a bit of a flow-on effect if and then one of the speakers mentioned last night, I believe, around people that are intoxicated that are camping out there in the vans and stuff. So obviously you're not able to move them along and stuff, if that's the case. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify around signage, I guess, and then the communication side of things in terms of is there enough signage out there, and is there enough communication being put out to community and tourists around on social media and stuff like that?
Thank you. If I may help, through you, Madam Mayor. So signage and so on is a very prescriptive area. So the regulations relating to that are and have been followed. I think there are still opportunities to exploit different regulatory approaches to that as well. The challenge you are going to face is going to be the displacement. Somewhere these people are going to park. They will come to the coastal communities, and we can do what we can to prevent them parking overnight on the foreshore. We can put restrictions in place which will affect them and will affect residents in all the residential streets. We can encourage them to go to affordable camping. For those who don't wish to do what we want, have the ability with the regulations as they are currently to avoid a fine. and so enjoy the free camping and pollute some pretty special places in the Shire.
Councillor Pakes.
I'm cautious to remove the 1 to 9. The number that I don't like is the number 5, the increasing infringements. I think that will come with patrols. That's going to happen organically. You're not going to, if you go out there, I'm out there 2 or 3 times a week, you can see infringements occurring. So that's going to happen organically. And also the numbers, the percentage increases, I'm cautious to go and put numbers towards that. So I agree with 1 to 4 and 6 to 9. And the only other thing I'd apply to that would be the 7-day-a-week ranger presence, either via CCTV or patrols. I think that CCTV is going to offer you access to the to see who's doing what any time of the day, and you don't even have to go out there. So, and it's in place now. So, yeah, I agree with the having the 1 to 9 because it maintains a focus and direction of what the outcome is expected to be. If you take it away, we'll leave it to what?
I can see where you're coming from, Councillor Pakes, but I think the trouble is that we want from when I read this notice of motion, it tends from council parking to get from A to B, and to me, the A is where we're at currently, and the B is to enforce car parking regulations and to obviously reduce to do the 1 to 3. I think 5, 6, and 7 are a little bit too prescriptive in the how. I think, as stated, increased ranger patrol and compliance activities. What if that's not the solution? What if it's something else? Increase the number of Oh, you don't agree with 5. 7-day-a-week, day and night ranger presence. I think under our award or the local government award, that's difficult. So I think it would be more useful to receive a report from, I guess, the staff to see, I guess, ways forward that have been, I guess, explored within the framework of how council is administrated, the awards that staff come under, and what's actually possible with the resources that are available at the moment, particularly given rangers are not just in charge of parking and compliance, they're also picking up feral dogs and cats, wildlife, and a few other different things. So that's my perspective there. Do you have a response to that? Yeah.
A question. So does council currently have CCTV in the skate park / foreshore area? Is there currently a camera there already?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have CCTV located on the skate park. It would be insufficient to read registration plates, though.
So the infrastructure is available in the position, but needs fresh cameras and perhaps some remote technology.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, a different type of technology would need to be deployed to do that. And to be fair, you'd deploy it likely in a different location, but that's an operational matter that we could work out in implementing the decision of council.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I think everybody's talking about car parks in Crescent Head and Southwest Roxburgh. I think this really takes in the whole Shire. We've got car parks in town here, and I spoke to the CEO about it yesterday. 4th Street, the car park there, it's 4-hour parking, and the businesses park there all day. You can go down there any time. So I think really it encompasses the whole Shire, not just out there. So if we're just going to look at what we're going to pull from out there, we're not looking at the whole picture. We're having wrong. The laws are there. You abide by them, especially if the signs are there.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, Murrungbury, Madam Mayor. Look, I'd like to, while I appreciate what Councillor Selby said, let's stay we're focused. The focus of this notice of motion is on the coastal towns. And again, I would reiterate a proposed amendment to just remove to achieve the outcomes 1 to 9. Without those, it's a strategic request for information so we can make a decision based on information, and we're not limiting staff onto how to do their jobs. That's the operational side. So how that turns out, we need to allow the staff the freedom to be creative and to find a suite of management actions. It's not prescribed by councillors who are strategic leaders, not operational managers. Thank you.
Councillor Pakes and Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak that this absolutely focuses on coastal towns. I have no, I think it's counterproductive to expect businesses to park 500 metres from their work. Yeah, I think this is focused purely on holiday, weekend, holiday coastal areas at Crescent Head and South West Rock. So super clear on that.
Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, look, I think the focus really has to be on the coastal towns. I think at Crescent Head, because of the history behind it, and there has definitely been sort of a couple of groups who clash over something that really should, it's illegal what they're doing. So I think council's responsibility is to really enforce what is already in place and we're not doing, and it is having a big flow-on effect for the residents. My concern at South West Rocks, a lot of it around the illegal camping that happens at Back Creek, for example, and they just pull the no parking signs out of the ground. They pull them out of the ground and they just park wherever they want. So it's not only impacting our ability to access these spaces, it's now impacting our beautiful reserves on the coast, because we've got these people just making it up as they go along. And that to me is also another very big problem. I think this aligns very, very well with the Crescent Head master plan for the foreshore area. I think it would really align with that very nicely. So I definitely support the idea of getting more information from council about where they think what they can do or what may be possible in the future.
We're still in committee, and I just would like a show of hands of Councillor Bain, your amendment in terms of it was just ending at coastal towns, wasn't it? Which I think is quite reasonable, but is there still a financial impact on this?
Yeah, because it's looking at a suite of action, of maybe even replacing actions with options. But oh no, we can stay with actions. But the is there an appetite to accept that amendment from the mover, Councillor Wyatt?
No.
Have a think? No, I have actually thought about it, and I just want to raise something and then question, and just be clear. So I wrote those outcomes there because it's been going on since 2021. And the community have been coming to me every single Crescent Head resident and ratepayers meeting I come to. I get this question time and time again. I don't know how many emails that you've had from here as well. They're really sick of it. They've had enough, and it is becoming dysfunctional down there. And I think the whole issue around the foreshore car park is part of this. This is a little bit of an enabler to this. So I was advised to write the notice of motion that is outcome focused. So and the metrics, like I work in metrics, that's why I put the metrics there, but I understand that that's not appropriate. So I'm happy to drop those off. Perhaps then the action plan, and it's nomenclature, isn't it? I mean, it's an action plan. What is it? It's a plan that you have to go and do something. I don't know what you want to call it. It's a plan. The objectives could be that, number one, you enforce the public, as long as their plan does, you enforce those regulations, you're reducing those overnight stays, you're affecting behaviour change, there needs to be an increase in ranger patrol and compliance activities of some sorts. And that one of the things that helped with National Park is badge flying. You know, it's just that they go down there and they don't necessarily out with their infringement book, but just flying the badge. That's a really good behaviour change. So you could change that to increasing council presence in uniform. That leads to behaviour change. happy to drop number 5. The 7-day-a-week ranger patrol is not, I don't want someone out there 7 day a week. It's to explore how you incorporate that compliance operation with rangers into a 7-day-a-week activity. And some of the nights, bearing in mind that you do have some award issues, but councillor, sorry, Director Thorogood mentioned that there are issues around that, but that's industrial stuff that you've got to work with staff. Another objective is to reduce that illegal car parking in streets. I'd like to see a report and invest that revenue. So if your action plan will include that those are the objectives or the outcomes, and we're just playing with nomenclature and you're all happy if that's dropped off, I'm fine with that. Thoughts?
I provide an alternative for council, which I think addresses that and also adds some urgency. So just a single recommendation that we prepare a costed report for the September 2025 meeting, providing an action plan to implement a suite of management actions to enforce car parking regulations in the coastal towns. You've given us what you want to achieve. I'm happy to put that into some form of an action plan, and then we can sit down and discuss that. And then hopefully we'll have picked up what you want and give you the operability that you're seeking.
Are you happy to accept?
You CEO, that's brilliant. Thank you very much.
So, Alex, are you happy to, when we move out of committee, to move an alternative of Mr. Meadows' suggestion? And then I think we've had some robust discussion. So if no one else has speeches, we can probably put it to a vote. Councillors, would I be able to get a motion to come out of committee? Councillor Song, seconded Councillor Selby. Do we have any dissent? There is no dissent. We are back in open council. We're just waiting for an alternative motion on screen, and once it's on screen, I will hand over to Councillor Myatt. Councillor Wyatt. If you want, you can just move this and then close debate.
I was good. That's awesome.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. I thank you, Mr. Medal, for this. This is really good. And I accept the motion and close debate, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We now move to item 11.2, Notice of Motion Conservation Hunting Bill. Councillor Bain, do you have a seconder? Councillor Selby. All right, Councillor Bain.
Maringboo, Madam Mayor. There is currently a private member's bill before under a committee in the upper house of Parliament to remove the Game and the Pest Management Advisory Board, who currently manage and regulate hunting in New South Wales, and replace it with a conservation hunting authority. From the wider perspective, it's recognised that feral animals are a problem in our agricultural community. Feral pigs and deer are a significant problem for our agricultural industry. The current governance, the Pest Management Advisory Board, it's well regulated. It allows hunting. There is hunting available on private land. There is hunting available in state forests, but extremely regulated. So, for example, in a parcel of state forest, there may be 2 hunters allowed to operate there simultaneously, both aware of where each other are, both with GPS knowledge of where of staying within their restricted area. Now, one of the things I learned in the executive certificate for elected members course was to consult widely, and I've consulted widely on this. I've spoken with farmers, I've spoken with shooters, I've spoken with First Nations groups, and with community leaders, and almost without exception, there's been significant concern expressed around this. So the current governance has been working extremely well. And what the proposal is to abolish the Pest Management Advisory Board and replace it with a Conservation Hunting Authority, which will be dominated by hunting groups. One of the things that the legislation enshrines is the right to hunt on public land in New South Wales. So it will expand hunting from regulated and state forests to hunting on Crown and public lands, excluding national parks. There's no suggestion of hunting on national parks. Some of the shooters I talk to, some of the people that hunt, well, I'm a hunter as well, that there is ample opportunity to hunt on private land in our area. Okay, there's no shortage of pigs and deer on private land that people can go out and recreationally hunt, or hunt for meat, or whatever their choice is. So locals who are known and trusted can find places to hunt. What this does is it opens it up to people that may not know the area as well, and may not understand the difference between what's Crown land, what is previously been Crown land is now as property of an Aboriginal Land Council, and hunting on private land. The fear is that it's a retrograde step back to the Games Council that was abolished in 2013, that ran from 2002 to 2013. There was a significant report into the Games Council about lack of governance, lack of structure, and it ended up, the CEO of the Games Council was charged with illegal hunting on private land. I mean, it was to use an analogy, you put in the fox in charge of the hen house. So this is currently under significant consideration in Parliament. I believe there may be bipartisan support from the Labor Party and the Shooters, Farmers and Fishers, and it's great concern for public safety. It's also a concern, and I know there's obviously if there's guns involved, then it's a police matter. But how often do people ring the council over issues that aren't council matters? So I would believe that there would be that will be either a public expectation or a state government expectation that local governments could support with the compliance of this. There is no evidence that at a stroke of a pen, changing someone from a restricted games license to a conservation hunting license is magically going to resolve the problem of feral animals. It's not. The science says that recreational hunting as a feral animal control is counterproductive. You can spread feral animal populations. It increases the problem. It's going to be, if there's dead animals left lying around, then you're going to get dog problems. This is going to be a headache for our biodiversity strategies, for our Crown management plans, Crown lands plans of management. I absolutely ask my colleagues to support that we write to the ministers and call on this bill to be rejected.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you. I've just opened up from the Legislative Assembly the bill here, and it says to amend the Crown Land Management Act to establish the mechanisms by which Crown land may be made available for hunting and related purposes. That includes council land. Does it include council land? Yeah, if it includes land, yeah.
We've self-answered a question. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to put up an opposing argument for councillors to consider. And this has been given to me, so I'll just read this out if I may. The key facts and benefits of the bill. It says, safety and experience. Hunting has been safely conducted on declared public lands, including 2 million hectares of state forests and some Crown lands for nearly 20 years, with no injuries or deaths under licences and permits. While other recreation activities in national parks have recorded 115 fatalities in 2.5 years. Expansion of managed lands. A bill will declare an initial 50,000 hectares of under management, a 2.5% increase in area, mostly remote and unoccupied Crown lands, little to no current public use. Governs the compliance, maintains a strong oversight by keeping the compliance and law enforcement functions within the DPIRD, ensuring the continuity of conservation standards and enforcement hunting regulations. Evidence-based wildlife management leverages existing DPIRD policies and procedures that have proven effective in wildlife conservation and feral animal control. Responsible hunting practices promotes responsible hunting aligned with conservation objectives. Biodiversity protection supports ecosystem balance and protection of native species for sustainable feral animal control. Cultural and regional benefits protects cultural and regional hunting traditions, which bring significant economic, social, and cultural benefits to rural communities, including tourism, local business support, and engagement in outdoor recreation. Recognition of cultural significance. This bill recognises hunting as an important cultural activity for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in New South Wales. The bill also requires public land managers to consider hunting when developing management plans, while a clause ensures that if land managers choose not to include hunting, it does not negate their existing plans. Indigenous support. The CEO of the Sydney Metro Aboriginal Land Council, Mr. Nathan Moran, has publicly supported the bill at the recent inquiry, confirming the value of hunting on both LALC managed lands and traditional lands of the North Coast, reinforcing the cultural and practical significance of hunting in Aboriginal communities. Economic contribution. Hunting is the 4th biggest prime industry in New South Wales, contributing $400 million annually and supporting 4,000 jobs across the state. Combined with fishing and related tourism activities, these industries contribute approximately $2.3 billion annually to New South Wales. The Minister of Hunting and Fishing recognises the importance of these activities, and having a direct voice in Cabinet will aid the proper development and support of this important tourism and regional industry. Massive pest control contribution. Recreational hunters remove a magnitude of more animals than cost to government programs. Last year, the government spent $15 million on programs, mainly helicopters, removing less than 150,000 animals. In the same period, recreational hunters removed 1.69 million pigs on private land, several 100,000 deer, goats, rabbits, foxes, and feral cats on private land, and 14,000 feral animals on declared public lands. This demonstrates the efficiency, scale and cost effectiveness of responsible recreational hunting in supporting biodiversity and controlling invasive species. So the role, I'll sum up, the role of the proposed Conservation Hunting Authority. The proposed Conservation Hunting Authority will have no law enforcement or regulatory powers. Its primary roles include advising the Minister on hunting and conservation matters, providing guidance on the authority on research, hunter education and training, developing better working relationships with stakeholder groups such as New South Wales farmers who support the bill, and local land services, LLS, to ensure conservation hunting is integrated into wider pest animal management plans and strategies. Conservation hunting has always been framed as part of the overall solution. Completing the other pest control methods, it has never been claimed that the bill will stop or replace other forms of pest control. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pakes.
I'll just ask if Councillor Saul could make that available to the rest of the councillors. Interested in the information.
Yes.
Are we on questions or speeches?
We'll
I
try
can
and
do
do questions first, and then we'll move to speeches.
So my question is our engagement in this. I'm a recreational hunter, vermin control licence holder.
That's a great question, Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only place where we may have some regulatory authority is if some of our Crown land is amongst the Crown land which is included under the Act, or under the bill. The land under the bill is not all Crown land. It is Crown land which is reserved for a particular purpose, which is more than 400 hectares in size, adjoining an area where hunting is already permitted, or a number of particularly named reserves. So I could not tell you whether or not we had Crown land that qualifies underneath that bill or not, but it may affect Crown land that we manage.
So just a follow up from that is, so do we have any mapping of where current hunting is allowed? Because that obviously has effects on land use. Obviously the developments that we put into those areas, obviously the developments we approve in those areas. I actually didn't know that was the case, about the 450 hectare extension.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So that's what the bill proposes. The bill proposes the Crown land reserve for a particular purpose, which is more than 400 hectares in size, would be permitted in addition to, for instance, the state forests and the private hunting, which is currently approved. We don't receive any notification of the approvals under the current Act.
So strategically the strategic benefit for the council approving this, what is I suppose this is a question for the CEO. What is the strategic benefit for councillors approving such a letter to be written?
It is Councillor Bain's motion, but you have asked this of staff, but it is a policy put forward by Councillor Bain, not one put forward by staff. I just want to make that clear. Yeah.
Can I just clarify that? If approved, if voted through.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. If this is voted through, staff would prepare a letter for the Mayor's signature outlining the process through which we had gone through. So this is clearly a decision made by council following a notice of motion on this, and then we would probably use some of the text that's provided alongside this to explain to the ministers why we were seeking to influence their decision.
But Councillor Selby.
Yeah, can I just ask Councillor Saul, who wrote that?
Councillor Saul. Councillor Selby's asked you a question you may do or do not have to answer.
Happy to, Madam Mayor. Yes, the Shooters, Farmers and Fishers happy to pass this around. It's what they're arguing, so there's nothing to hide. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
I would also like to ask 3 questions of Councillor Saul, please, based on that from the Shooters and Fishers. You, correct me if I'm wrong, you said 115 fatalities on National Park Estate in 2 years. Where on earth did you get that? Can you quantify that? Fatalities of
Councillor Wyatt,
people?
I didn't actually write the letter, of course, but I'm only just rereading what was given to me by the party. Perhaps you should ask them for clarification. But if they're stating this, they must have some reason for stating it.
115 fatalities on National Park Estate by parks undertaking its own hunting activity in 2 years. I think there'd be there would be an outrage over that, and there would be an inquiry, and I'm pretty sure that the minister and others might lose their jobs over that.
Again, I rewrote that part. While
Well, I
other
think you need
recreational
to have-
activities in national parks have recorded
That's not
fatalities
true.
in 2.5 years. So
I definitely will follow that up. Second point, you talked about something to do with the billions of dollars it costs state government to do pest control can you just quote those figures again? Billions of dollars.
Does it say whether it's human or animal fatalities in there,
15
Councillor
million.
Saul?
But obviously, no, it doesn't, and it could obviously mean both. So I have no idea.
Yeah.
The point
It means
is,
people, because in that my next question is the numbers.
well, the
You said
point
a
is-
million. Yeah. So
I-
sorry, can you quote those the billions? You mentioned something about billions in the cost. Something on the lines of it costs the state government billions in its pest control program, as opposed to much less for private.
I'll reread it again, the article, in case I misquoted. Hunting is the fourth biggest primary industry in New South Wales, contributing $500 million annually and supporting 4,000 jobs across the state. Combined with fishing and related tourism activities, these industries contribute approximately $2.3 billion annually to New South Wales. The Minister for Hunting and Fishing recognised the importance of these activities, and having a direct voice in Cabinet will aid the proper development and support of this important tourism and regional industry. I should have my glasses on, so sometimes it's a bit shaky, but that's what it was.
That's okay. You're going to supply that document, so that's I'm glad to hear that. And the other statistic, which I found interesting, was you said something along the lines of only hundreds of thousands of animals, pest animals, were controlled through state government programs, as opposed to 1.9 million from private hunters. I would dispute that. I completely dispute that as well. And I really would like to know empirical evidence and the source before that kind of information is made public here.
Change has been made in Parliament too, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Any speeches against the motion? Councillor Pakes.
I hear both sides of this argument, but I'm cautious to pledge allegiance to one or the other. I do believe that there needs to be change. Personally, seeing the massive numbers of feral pig explosions and the environmental effect that they have is just, if you actually saw it firsthand in some of the areas in the upper reaches of our valley, you might your attitude might change massively about how much damage they do in Turumbi, up in many arms of the Upper Macleay. So yeah, I don't discount that something needs to change. And yeah, so I'm probably not in agreement with the status quo. But I'm also cautious that this council, it's not really this council's job, and within our sphere of influence, I think it's more a political sphere of influence, to be speaking on behalf of our community, because I actually haven't spoken to anyone directly about this and researched all the farmers that I know, and asked for their opinion on, whether that actually applies to them. Crown land that's tied up in their commercial operations that they run in our valley. Because we are talking about commercial operations, and feral animals reduce the commercial viability of farming. So if you have wild dog attacks on your cattle, you can't sell those cattle at market at our new sale yards. They're not in circulation. And if you have your pasture being dug up by feral pigs, you can't bring that protein to market and be able to sell it to the community. So I absolutely think that there has to be some change. And I'm not sure this is the place for council to be delving into it. Please, by all means, use your own political angles to do such work, but I just don't think this is the location to do it.
Councillor Saul.
I have a question, Madam Mayor. I have spoken, so I have a question, if I may.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, has this motion been put to other councils previously or other times? Does anyone know?
To my knowledge, this was put up at the Bellingen Council by Councillor Dominic King at their July council meeting.
So a Green councillor.
I believe so, yes. It was passed. Councillor White.
Yes, I just want a couple of comments. First up, an interesting issue for state government to control animals on its land is animal welfare, and there is very, very strict standard operating procedures around animal welfare. One of the issues why there is some issues around Guy Fawkes, Kosciuszko, and indeed Royal National Park around the deers is animal welfare, and because people love Bambi, Brumbies, and feral cattle. So there is an animal welfare, and also there is an ethical issue. Yet now we're saying let's have a free for all for Crown land by unregulated shooters that don't have to comply with the very strict controls that a state government organisation would. But that's an interesting point, is animal welfare and how we value animals. I remember having a conversation with someone once out in Western New South Wales who says, love this reserve, I love those Brumbies. God, those Brumbies have got to stay. They're destroying the areas, but love those Brumbies, they've got to stay. And he then turns around and says, but those kangaroos, those tank kangaroos, you've got to get rid of them. I'm like, whoa, hang on. You want the Brumbies in the park and not the kangaroos. But that's a value system, isn't it? It's not for me to judge. That's their value. There's legislation, I'm pretty sure there's legislation required for landholders to control feral animals on their own property, and they can employ licensed hunters to do that, i.e. recreational hunters if they want, same with parks. It also hires professional hunters. I think Crown land in New South Wales is maybe 10 to 15%, and the other, all the rest of it is private property. So there's legislative requirements, and they can do that under control. And then the other thing is these areas are not that you don't go from private property to state forest, national park and Crown land, and you don't know where you are necessarily. There's no flashing light to tell you you've left a park and entered a forest, you've entered Crown land. People don't know exactly where they are, and if you follow Google Maps, it's not your go-to. Google Maps will send you out on what thinks is a sealed road down Turumbi Trail or something ridiculous like that. I remember when did you say 20 years ago? I think it was introduced for Calatini, Ballingarra and Cairncross. And it was terrifying because you could be driving through these reserves and you'd hear the shooting. How do they know that you're there? And there was no requirement for them to let the neighbours know that there's recreational hunting going on. There's a sign up there, but what's the emphasis on? My safety travelling through, which was actually my workplace going through, or a neighbour's? Like, where's the requirement? I think it's unsafe. And on those grounds, animal welfare, there is landholder legislation. Crown lands is a small part of the pie. Go and do it on private property, sort of counteracting your argument. And I think it is unsafe for people. And I fully support what Councillor Bain has said.
Thank you, Councillor White. Is there any speakers against the notice of motion? We've had now 2 for and 2 against. Is there another against? Or should we? Pardon? Are you moving that I put the motion, Councillor Pakes? Yeah, we can.
Can I ask one question? So
Yeah.
I was just going to ask to add to the letter, like, could you put in there that we want more funding for professional pest management? Like, my dad's a hunter as well, so I hear everything that's been said. I just thought, might be good, worthwhile adding it.
So is that a suggested amendment to add to that, calling on the bill to be rejected and to increase funding to state government agencies to control feral pest animals? I would accept that. I would welcome that improvement to the. Did you get those words, or do you want me to say it again? So after calling on the bill to be rejected and to encourage increased funding.
We just get a comma after Penny Sharp. That's really annoying.
Okay, thank you. And to encourage increased funding to the relevant state agencies. So just tell me when you want me to keep going. The relevant state agencies. Can you just read that back to me? To control feral animal species.
And there just might be a small adjustment in the minutes when they come out for it to be the Honourable Penny Sharp.
Oh,
yeah, the correct form of address, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely. We must make sure that we honour our elected officials.
Questions are possible?
Yes, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, look, we want feral pest controlled. My question is, is there funding available for that? We don't want to say something unless we have been guaranteed, unless the communities are known there is funding available. And if the state budget being very tight, it may not be. So we need to know if there's funding available.
I can't answer that. Can someone else answer that? No. Councillor Bain?
This is actually an advocacy thing, so it doesn't mean that that it's going to happen or that funding's available. I mean, we've written on advocacy on a number of issues, from community justice centres, things that aren't directly under our control, but do have an impact on community safety. So, in terms of advocacy, I believe that we can ask this, send a letter saying this is our position.
Do you have a question, Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, my question is to my fellow councillors. How many phone calls have you received regarding this this motion? Like, I can't say I've put my hand on my heart and I've consulted with my constituents. I have not done that. And I ask fellow councillors to answer that question.
I have to agree with you, Councillor Pakes. This issue was not brought to my attention before this notice of motion came to council.
I did bring it up in our meeting, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. I just mean from community. It was brought up by Councillor Bain. I think the way that the nom's been structured and just the broader context, I don't think enough's been given within here for me to make a reasonable decision on it. So on that basis, I would have to vote against. Is there any other debate, or can we put the motion?
I was made aware of it by Councillor Bain last week. And,
the question was community, Councillor Saul.
Yeah, I know.
Selby, sorry.
Yeah, I'm similar to Councillor Pakes. I've been a hunter for too long to remember, but I've got a foot either side of the fence here, so I don't know what to do.
Right, we have a motion before us. Would you like to close debate, Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would. I'd like to. Interesting. I'd just like to make some comments on Councillor Saul's document that he read to us. Interesting that the Indigenous input came from the Metro Land Council, and to be clear that local Aboriginal Land Council land is considered private land, so individual land councils can allow hunting on their land, and the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Councils own quite a significant amount of land in New South Wales. I would like to also question about the fourth largest contributor to the economy. I just Googled that, and the contributors to the economy are wheat, beef, cattle, horticulture, cotton, and poultry. Nowhere in the top 10 is hunting. I absolutely agree with Councillor Pakes that there needs to be change, and that's why I welcome Councillor Lawrence's addition, that we need to, if we want change, the idea is to improve the situation, not to take a retrograde step. In terms of where the community not being aware of this, the community might well be aware of this in 6 to 12 months when it's happening around them. I'm attempting to be proactive, and as I said before, I did consult widely with farmers, shooters, First Nations communities. Okay, farmers are really concerned that they'll end up having illegal hunting on their private land because people don't read the sign that says, oh, you are now leaving Crown land or State Forest and now entering private land. They don't. If they're hunting an animal, or if they've shot an animal and they need to follow it up to make sure they finish it off, then they may go into private land. I would never do it as a hunter, and I'm sure none of the hunters in this room would do it, is leave a dead animal on the ground. Some people do. Some people are known to take a trophy and then leave the rest of it, which encourages wild dogs. I absolutely agree that feral animals is a huge issue, but turning restricted hunting license into conservation hunting is trying to solve a problem at the stroke of a pen. It's not an effective strategy. It's not backed by science, and I absolutely encourage my colleagues to let's be proactive and show our opposition to this before it becomes law, and then we have to deal with the consequences far too late. Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I haven't had any phone calls about this either. I got this, yes, through the Greens, through a meeting with the Greens. I heard about it and I went, uh-oh, ding, ding. That sent some alarm bells off. I talked to Councillor King. I looked at his notice of motion in Bellingen, and if you want to have a look at the Bellingen notice of motion, very, very simple compared to the amount of research that I've put in and the amount of work and the amount of links and information that went into this knob, as opposed to, with respect, Councillor Saul, reading out someone else's letter of questionable value is that research.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I think that's unfair.
I will withdraw that and argue and apologise without reservation. My apologies, Councillor Saul. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this, writing a letter. Let's keep our community safe. And I'm not saying that it's going to solve the feral animal problem, but it is going to keep our community safe and hopefully will stop future problems from rearing their ugly heads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. And thank you for the collegiate attitude between Councillor Saul and Councillor Bain on resolving that. What happens in the chamber stays in the chamber. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 4 dissenting. The motion is carried. We now move to item 11.3, notice of motion, Share the Dignity Council Cares. Councillor Coburn, would you like to move? Is there a seconder? Councillor White, you can open debate.
Thank you. This is about a group called Share the Dignity. What it speaks to is women's health. The difficulty for women is that the products that we are forced to use, whether we like it or not, are very expensive. So this particular group is really about offering the female products that are required freely to those that can't afford it. They did a lot of surveying in the background, and when you look at the statistics from that survey, our area in particular is probably above all of the survey markers that they actually hit. For a lot of younger women in particular, there may not be that level of education at home or within their community to talk about these issues. And I'm sure some of you may be feeling a little bit uncomfortable about it now, but I'm really proud of Council that they're prepared to sort of listen to this and to acknowledge the fact that women's health is a really important issue. So what I'm actually proposing, it's very, very simple. It's an education piece largely for the community to raise awareness and understand and foster an informed and supportive community to support the females within all workplaces, but within our workplace. To address period poverty, to make sure that menstrual equity for all members of our community, and that's a really important statement, I believe. Nobody should go through the embarrassment or the stress of feeling that they can't adequately care for themselves, and I think that's very important. And what this particular group does, there are expenses. You can install vending machines where you can offer free products to people at different locations. Taking that in mind, of course, Council doesn't have money to really be spending on this. So really the cost to Council is really around education, putting something through to our staff, to staff that work for council, letting them know that there is that level of support within this workplace, and providing some educational pieces, which you'll find in the attachments provided. Just simple little brochures about things. There's also a very good little educational piece. It's a little video for non-English speaking people. That's very simple to follow, very easy for young girls particularly to look at and understand. So it really covers across all different generations of women. There's also a specific area around Aboriginal women's health, where the statistics obviously are far different, particularly when you're looking in the isolated areas out in the territories, etc. But again, within our community, we are a low socioeconomic demographic. We do have a considerable Indigenous population. And amongst that Indigenous population, there is a high percentage of young women. So what I'm proposing is very simple. It's about that it's just supplying a couple of little information tabs that are available to the community to search out the information for themselves. Also to indicate the different facilities that have gone that extra step and actually do provide free products for those young girls and women that unfortunately aren't in a position where that's freely available to them. And there's other great incentives. There's a lot more recyclable products, reusable products. That's something that we've never had before. They've removed the GST off our products, which took a long time to actually happen. Condoms and gels were GST free, but apparently women's health was something completely different. So, as I said, as far as the cost to council, it's really just that education piece. I will probably install just at an appropriate place, just a collection box where any staff member or any other person can just drop those free products off, which are available. We can then pass them on to the facilities that actually have the bigger collection points where they can distribute them out from. But I just think it's a lovely community piece and it shows great support for women in the workforce. And I know there's also that further step now. It's actually being looked at throughout other levels of government as well, because it is a real impact for women. So I encourage council to support this. As I said, it's just really that education piece and really showing that support to all the women in our community. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just stop you there as the timer didn't start on time. Councillors, do you have any questions on this notice of motion? Councillor Wyatt?
I do. Understand that. Well, thank you for bringing this. It's really good to hear to have your women's health, particularly menstrual cycles and period and endometriosis and menopause, all that on the public agenda. And women's health and particularly pain is one of the things that is very underreported and very undervalued, and just tend to put up with it. There's quite some horrific stories at the moment about people, a couple of women with endometriosis and their journeys, and it's really brave of them to talk about that. So yeah, I'm good on you. Thank you for bringing this. I'm just reading here. I've just opened up the website here, and it says that the financial impact of days off due to period is estimated to be $9.6 billion. That's pretty significant. But my question is, and you can have that as a speech. Yeah. My question is, can council library become a collection centre, and maybe some sort of not so much putting up a vending machine, but can council library become a collection centre?
It can, but there's a cost involved. So I don't know if there's, and there's also a collection centre already in West Kempsey over at Coastline. There's also one down at Woolworths. I think from my perspective, and I just am going to be completely open and frank, I'm a woman, I still menstruate, and I'm fully aware of this issue in the community, but, we've had dementia-friendly organisation come to council, which we couldn't commit money to because we're in the middle of a special rate variation. We're having trouble meeting services. We've had, personally, I've had welcoming communities come to me wanting to have council sign up for free to their programs that addresses racism, that addresses multicultural people settling in our community. All of these different types of charities and different types of advocacy groups, and that they do fantastic work, and I don't doubt that. But we're a council that has a tight budget, that has as well other that has other we have other fantastic organisations in our community that are putting things forward. And I myself recently, I personally suffer from endometriosis, and I took it upon myself to go buy roses from a local florist and to give them to staff here at council, knowing that some of those women also suffered from endometriosis. So I think the platform that I have as a leader is me sometimes using my own personal time, resources, my own phone, my own ideas to put forward advocacy issues that don't have an impost or don't have a cost on the tight resources that we have on council. And of course, I'm fortunate enough to also have a job that affords me to do things, to pay for things like that. At the CUC where I work, we provide free menstrual items for students who come in there, and I know that there's like my gym does it for me as well. I think I truly understand where this notice of motion is coming from, and I accept the spirit that it comes in, but I think these issues, they are important, but I really stress from the broader sense of the community, what we're trying to do here at council is to deliver on core services that are really important. I look at our CapEx program; it's water, waste, and roads. And I think when we're struggling to just deliver those services, when we're struggling to deliver the full CapEx program, we need to make sure that in every decision we're making, that we're staying true to that course that we're trying to steer. And I know that this is just printing brochures, but when does printing brochures for one organisation start and where does it stop? We've done dementia, we've done this one, we've done thingos, and we have 60 vacancies within the administration at the moment. That indicates to me a lack of resources and people that are already stressed. And I think as leaders, as in our community, we don't need to think about what just happens in this chamber in our leadership and in our way that we connect and be authentic with our community. There is so much that we can do that is more than me just sitting in this chair. So I think that is just something that I want to hold true, that when someone from an organisation approaches us wanting to support them, while we are elected to make important decisions, I think it's also important to understand that we're making really important decisions with the resources and ultimately the money of our ratepayers, and that there is already fantastic work happening in our community. And that is my speech. Does anyone have any further questions or speeches? Councillor Bain.
I'd like to speak in favour of the notice of motion, if I may. I understand what you're saying, Madam Mayor, but I don't see that this notice of motion is asking for any significant cost. I mean, we could be putting on through our normal comms process. Doesn't mean it's just we promote things like, festivals. We promote. Well, there's all sorts of things that we promote. I don't see it's going to be an addition. Sorry, Councillor Selby. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a huge additional impost on our bottom line if we use. I don't think I didn't hear any mention of flyers or any printing, and even in that case, printing of flyers. I appreciate the support that council gave to the dementia-friendly communities and printing flyers that were like 50 a month, and it was just considered. I mean, the amount of printing that goes on in the business papers. Do you have business? But I'm not sure if Councillor Coburn has printed business papers. I don't. So that saves a fortune in printing. That could be used for something like sharing the dignity. So I don't think there's any significant cost it's just a statement of intention and a body of work to include in our social media promotion and promote those places like Coastline Credit Union and the gym and all of those places that you pointed out, and the CUC that provide free sanitary products. So yeah, I'm unequivocally supportive of this.
Mr. Medal.
So just to, through you, Madam Mayor, just to provide members with what I envisaged our response would be if this non was supported. So I would seek for us to do our own internal fundraising. It's what we did at the landscape board for this particular project. Every year, staff would donate products and we'd take some suitcases along to Bunnings, which was the collection point. So get staff to give, and we have regular all staff barbecues, and the subject for the last one was mental health. We've got Are You OK days. The next one, I'm happy to use one of those to raise awareness across the whole staff cohort. So they were a couple of things that I think we can do rather than spending money on a particular project to drive this, if that helps members.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favour of this motion. I've got 3 daughters. They're all lucky enough to have someone who helps them out with those things, but I also circulate in parts of the community where the socioeconomic levels aren't as affluent as what I'm lucky enough to have. So I do understand my community, as in the people in those areas, and they do need help. And this is part of that. So we're probably not speaking to the majority, everyone in this room, really. We're speaking to people that need help. And that's what it's there for. It's there to help. It's about helping people that don't have the luxuries that we have. So yeah, I'm for that. And it's 50% of the population of females. Like, we're helping half the population to hopefully have an option that's better than what they had before. So yeah, if I've got an opportunity to help in that way, I definitely would put money or my time and effort towards it, and definitely vote for this motion.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Great notice of motion, Councillor Coburn. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I guess there's opportunity there as well to partner with other organisations in community, like particularly, I know Durry have some programs there that run that council could partner up with. So it would alleviate the pressures around financial money in terms of that. And then obviously just wanted to say about obviously the high rate of homelessness that we have in community and young people in community, that it's good that we'd be able to let them know where they can go to in community to access this. So thank you.
Any other speakers?
Question, Madam Mayor. With your statement earlier, how can we ensure that we don't go overboard with our costings here? So as a GM, as the CEO, any idea that make sure that we don't, by starting us off, it doesn't grow beyond our capability?
So that was my intent, to do something that worked with the staff rather than actually take this on as a council program.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? All right. I'll now put the motion. Or do you want to close debate, Councillor Coburn?
Yes, I will. Thank you. I really think it's terrific that there is support for this in the room. I think it is something that does affect the young people, particularly some of the young people and our most at-risk people. And that's what community spirit's about. And I thank Mr. Medal for offering to do those small things. And it's those small things. And it's just about, I guess, for council to acknowledge that, yes, we acknowledge that there's women in the workforce and they do face unique problems. So I just think there's just virtually no cost to council, and it's just a good thing for those people in our community who don't have access to the things that the rest of us can afford. Thank you.
Right, now put the motion. Is there any dissent? None, I declare it carried. 11.4, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move? Seconder? Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
I wasn't going to talk about it specifically. It's quite detailed. I must admit to having cheated a little bit. We had many slides. There was about 3 or 4 packages, maybe 5 packages of slides, and I got AI to help me put that together. So I cheated in that regard, but I did that because if you want to read it, councillors, I put it there for your education as well. Not necessarily to provide a report to council or community, but if you want to have a read, there's the information there. So it's more like tips and tricks for you to take on board should you choose to. But I would say that I am very grateful to have been given the opportunity. I'm fully aware that it's a cost, and I don't know how many years I've been here, maybe 4 years. And I've always tossed up in my mind of, I can't spend money. I don't want to spend money. I'm not going to claim any money because it's ratepayers' money. However, if I don't upskill myself, I'm not giving the best of myself to the role of councillor. I think you actually told me that, or it might have been the former GM that said that. We've got to upskill and invest in ourselves. So it was really good, and it was very independent. There was, I think, maybe 6 assessments. I submitted one yesterday. Have you done both of yours? You haven't? Oh, good. I've got one of mine to go, which, surprise, surprise, it's going to be on the ranger nom that we just did. That's why I got help with it through local government, because it was part of that assessment. And I would encourage councillors to do it. It was really good course, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thanks. Have a read.
Any questions? Councillor Bain, would you like to
I'd
speak?
like to speak in favour. Yeah, I found it really, really important, and I think there were my key takeaways were to build alliances broadly, and that's what I did with the conservation hunting. Consult widely, build alliances across political lines or whatever. It's more about community to me than it is about politics, and that continual self-improvement, reflection, and the last project that we're doing is looking at our own professional development plan, and not necessarily about how we can, what we can spend money on, but things like, the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Douglas and go through to get to understand the finances, the opportunity to talk to Ms. Thomas about governance, the opportunities to work with staff in a way of learning. And again, and this I'm going to foreshadow potentially a future notice of motion, looking at this really important balance between what is strategic leadership and what is operational management. So those were my key takeaways. Absolutely fantastic course. Highly recommend it to all colleagues. I am a better councillor than I was before I did this course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any more speakers on this? Would you like to close debate, Councillor Wyatt?
Closed. Thank you.
Right, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. I now need a motion to move into confidential. Councillor Saul, seconded, and Councillor Pakes. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We'll now move into confidential. Yep. the resolution. We're now out of confidential. We'll now read the resolutions that were taken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. During closed session, Council resolved on item 12.1 legal matters that Council receives and notes the report. For item 12.2 Crescent Head WTP D&C tender approval, Council resolved that Council accepts the tender for design and construction of the Crescent Head water treatment plant project TQE 2504 received from Air Constructions for $12,717,298, excluding GST, and 2 delegates to the Chief Executive Officer authority to execute the contract and approve future variations up to the approved project budget. For item 12.3, Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee for July 2025 meeting minutes and Strategic Internal Audit Work Plan 2025 to 2029, Council resolved that Council notes the draft meeting minutes from the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee the 23rd of July 2025, and Council adopts the Strategic ARIC and Internal Audit Work Plan 2025 to 2029, which includes the 2025 to 26 Annual Internal Audit Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That now concludes our business for today's meeting. Thank you, councillors, for attending, the members of our gallery, especially the members of Kempsey Adventist School for coming along to give that presentation. I think we started on an absolute high. So thank you, everyone, and I now declare the meeting closed.